Good morning, we're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. A quorum for this board consists of 3 members. Before we get underway with today's hearing, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. I believe we have 9 cases on our calendar this morning. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case on our calendar today is a protest hearing status case number 26PRO 00034, Streets Market, license number 135013. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning, board. Cameron Mixon, access elevated, and Gottlieb Simon, access elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure. Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant, CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning, Mr. Simon. Can you please identify yourself for the record? You're on mute, Mr. Simon. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Gottlieb Simon, chairperson for Advisor Neighborhood Commission 6D.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None for the applicant.
Any from as far as the NC is concerned, Mr. Simon?
There are none.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on June 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties familiar with the protest proceeding, or do I need to read the instructions?
We're familiar, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Just want to remind the parties that the PIP is due 7 days before the hearing. The PIP is due to the other side, and a copy should also be provided to the board. Failure by either side to provide a timely PIP, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. I'll just remind both parties that the board prefers, I as chair prefer when these matters are settled. So if it can be settled, I support that. If not, I will see you on June 3rd at 1:30 for this hearing. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 26 PRO 00032, KVIC Restaurant Bar, license number 134720. This hearing is canceled due to the dismissal of the matter at the roll call hearing. The next case on our calendar is case number 26 PRO 00030, Icon DC 11 DC, license number 135097. This hearing has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00047, Chop Shop Nice and Easy, license number 124675. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Good thing. Shawnee Brown, access elevated. And I'm gonna ask in the chat if the licensee's there.
Thanks.
Chairman, just to clarify, the KVIC hearing is canceled.
Yeah, I don't know why I see that someone stated that they were there, but the information that I received is that this matter was dismissed at roll call. So that person shouldn't. Can you provide the individual with the contact information for our legal office so they can contact the legal office to find out the status of the case? I don't know who was dismissed. I don't know if it was the license or the protest was dismissed. I don't know which one. So
Will
that
do.
person, yeah, that person should contact the legal to get clarification.
I'm getting no response, Chairman. I think
All
this
right.
is it.
Well, that's fine. Because this is a show cause hearing status and there's no requirement. So, good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown, that's spelled SHANI BROWN, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. All right, the licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, there's no requirement for the licensee to be here. If this matter is not settled, it is then scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 10th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents or witnesses timely, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents. Any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00109, Tipsy Lounge and Restaurant 1, license number 111411. Mr. Oriana, good morning again. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
It appears to be no licensee, Chairman, but I'll check again in the chat.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right, well, Miss Brown, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown, that's spelled SHANI BROWN, here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. The licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement that the licensee appear. This matter, if it's not scheduled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 3rd at 10:30 a.m. Again, would like to remind the parties that the The documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing must be disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Failure by either side to timely disclose documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. Okay, thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00108, Cocktails, Kitchen and Cocktails by Kevin Kelly, DC, license number 123472. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Manale Mahmood, access elevated. That is our chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown, that's spelled SHANI here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Ms. Mahmoud, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Manal Mahmood with Malios O'Brien Sandground, MANALLE MAHMOUD.
Good morning. Good morning. Ms. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No,
Ms. Mahmoud, any from your side?
No, Mr. Chair, we're hoping to resolve this matter.
All right, thank you. Well, if this matter is not resolved, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 3rd at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties again that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses timely, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents. And the parties, the parties are able to settle this matter without a hearing if they're so inclined. Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You too.
All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 CIT 00563, Across the Pond Restaurant and Pub, license number 106099. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
There appears to be no licensee, chairman.
All right. All right. All right. If this matter, I'm sorry. I am trying to do too many things at the same time. Ms. Brown, good morning again. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
good morning. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown, that's spelled SHANIBROWN here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. The licensee is not here. However, there's no requirement that a licensee appear I'm sorry. There is no requirement that the licensee appear at the hearing. If this matter is not settled, then there is a hearing scheduled for June 10th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to timely disclose the documents, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it for that case. And I believe that is your assignment for the day. Ms. Brown, thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Bye. All right, the next case on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing for Joe Kaplan Liquors, license number 60351. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Your Palati, access elevated. That
Yes.
appears to be our chairman.
Okay. Sir, can you come,
And
the license,
Mandala Mahmood. Apologies.
okay, all right, all right. All right, hold it, just 1 minute. Can you, can the licensee also come on camera, please? I need the licensee too.
Press third video, Mr. Talati.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, that's fine. All right, Ms. McMillan,
Yeah, sure.
can you please identify yourself for the record, ma'am, by spelling and saying your name?
Of course, Mr. Chair, Manal Mahmood with Malleus O'Brien Sandground, Manalle Mahmoud. Also on the call is Mr. Keyur Talati, licensee's principal, Keyur Talat.
All right, so Mr. Talati, since you're here, just identify yourself for the record, please, sir.
My name is Keyur Talati. It is spelled Keyurtalati. Can you hear me? I have some problem.
Oh, yes, sir. I've heard you. Good morning, sir.
Oh,
I
okay,
hear you.
sorry. Because
All right.
I cannot turn my camera on. I'm really sorry. There is some difficulty.
That's fine, sir. That is fine. All right, just give me 1 minute. Yes,
Sorry for that, sir.
that's fine. All right, Ms. McMahon, this is a fact-finding hearing, and at a fact-finding hearing, as you're aware, the board is just trying to gather information. This is a ABC license A, and the owner is requesting this license has been in safekeeping since June of 2024. And the owner has paid the fees, request safekeeping. We receive a complaint that it doesn't appear that this license will ever come online. And I'm just trying to we're just trying to respond to the complaint and find out from your client what is going on. Why is it that this license is not in operation?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, and we're hoping to shed some light on the safekeeping history of the license and where we stand today. The license was initially placed in safekeeping in June of 2024 when lease extension negotiations with the landlord fell through. Almost immediately thereafter, in fact, at the same time, the licensee heard about a vacancy in Union Station for a liquor store and reached out to JLL and was asked to submit a leasing application for that space. It was confirmed there was an opening. We were told at the onset that it was going to be a slower process because Union Station was undergoing management changes. There's also renovations planned for Union Station. But for that location, licensee thought that it would be worth the wait. They have been in regular contact with JLL for that location, and even as recently as last week, submitted the leasing application directly to Union Station Management for consideration. As for the letter complaint about the safekeeping extension, there's no chance that Mr. Talati will be reopening in the original location. And, if the ANC, if by any chance, the Union Station location doesn't work, and a Shaw location in ANC 1B does come up, the ANC would have an opportunity to protest the transfer of location application. But right now, the goal is for Union Station. It just takes a little time.
Sure. Um, any I don't have any questions. Any questions by any board members? Sure. Um, I don't know if we're just responding. This is not a license that it's been in safekeeping. It's not 2 years, so I know there are other licenses that have been in safekeeping for a longer period of time. Oh, I can now see you, sir.
Thank you, thank you,
All right, that's fine.
thank you.
I guess it's your position that it's unlikely that this license will ever be utilized at this location. Is that correct?
Yes,
Extraordinarily unlikely.
All right, it's unlikely that but in order to maintain the license, it would be you would have, in order to utilize the license, then you'd have to move the license to another location, which then the intent is to move it to a different location.
Exactly. That is our main pursuit right now.
Okay. What I would ask you to do, if whatever the decision is made by the agency, I mean, I see no reason why the board will not agree to extend the, let me, the other board would not agree to extend, but I was going to ask that, yeah, I don't believe that the agency will have any reasoning not to grant the extension based on the explanation was provided. I would just ask you stated on the record that an inquiry was made. Maybe you can just provide that information to the agency, so we'll have that in our records to state that there's an ongoing process in trying to identify another location.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being here today. The board will take this matter under advisement. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, members.
All right. You have a great day.
thank you,
Yep.
thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. All right. All right, the next case in our calendar, we have another fact finding here, and it's Sandlot and Anacostia, license number 122231. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Ian Hollander, access elevated. That is all, Chair.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Hamler, can you please spell and say your name for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Ian Callender, IANCALLENDER.
All right, good morning, sir. All right. Just give me 1 minute, sir. Please give me a minute.
Sure.
All right. We decided to have a fact-finding hearing today, sir, because we need to get some clarification. What your intent and your business model? It is my understanding that you are trying to you recently moved to 7th and I think it's 7th and Florida, right at the corner of Georgia and U Street, which is a moratorium zone. Understanding that you had applied for a tavern license, but because you're in the moratorium zone, the license placard was rescinded. And you were operating in a southeast location, and you are trying to move your catering license to this location. That's my
That's
understanding.
correct.
So, and you might be trying to use your catering license to operate your business in that location. So I guess the purpose of the fact finding hearing is for you to explain to us
Sure.
what is it that you are trying, what is it that you're trying to do?
So I can provide some background. Our Sandlot and Acacia location, which we have a tavern license as well. That tavern license is 118500. We secured a catering license there because we purchased a 36-foot commercial kitchen food trailer by way of the Food Access Grant, and it was secured to provide fresh food access east of the river, where we had a culinary incubator program dialed up so that can be our way of providing food service for our events. We are event based. We are not a consistent business where we open Thursdays through Sundays. Our 10-year lease was recently terminated for no reason. And we have this 36-foot food trailer, which is a valued asset of ours that we were looking to relocate to an already existing location at our Sandlot Uptown location at 1900 7th Street. So that was the initial reason why we applied for the application once we learned that the tavern was in the moratorium zone. We've consistently been working with food partners. None of our event programs are without food. So that's something that we hold very valuable at all of the locations that we activate across the city.
Tell me a little bit about the truck again, please.
So it's a 36-foot food trailer, and on street level, DC is 18.5. We obviously operate our food assets on private property, but we also work with city agencies to ensure the viability of those assets. We also have a 20-foot shipping container commercial kitchen where we did work with DLCP, FEMS, and all the other agencies to get 100-pound propane tank waivers from the fire chief, considering that this 36-foot food trailer, while it is on wheels, it will be fixed to a specific location. And that, was the determining factor of us getting our truck inspected every year, getting everything safely advanced. And then again, we provide that asset to licensed professionals to provide food service, Tacoma Station, Flavor Chore, D-City Smokehouse. I can probably name a host of others. But we've created this community asset so that it can be of value in areas that lack food offerings. But that is the basis around that particular 36-foot food trailer, which we do have a parking area for it. So that was the hope of relocating now that we are no longer at Sandlot and Acacia at 633 Howard Road.
All right, but you're renting space in the 1900 block of 7th Street. Is this where, so this is where this trailer is now located?
It's not located there yet. The hope is, based on this fact finding, that we could relocate it. It's currently in a storage yard in Buzzard Point.
But the trailer is the commercial kitchen, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, but do you have approval from the Department of Health to have this commercial kitchen at this address?
We do not at the moment. Again, we were trying to kind of move consistently once we got the word of our lease being terminated. So processing, might have just been out of order slightly, but we do have a dedicated water source, which was part of the approval process when we were at 633 Howard Road. So we're just trying to line everything up so that we can have no disruption in our business.
Now, one reason I ask you that, because whether or not you have approval from the Department of Health at this juncture, in order to have a commercial kitchen, that is a process that's approved by the Department of Health, and so therefore it's not ABCA. So if I think the issue is that, is it your intent to use, or what type of business are you intending to operate at 1900 7th Street Northwest?
So this was a former CVS that was vacant for a couple of years, and just some more detail. Sandlot activates underutilized real estate assets, whether it's a lot, a building, whether it's blighted or dilapidated. So our intent with Howard University, who owns the real estate, is to provide this as a safe space for use for all types of organizations, event organizers, community folks, whether it's ANC. We definitely have the resource, and we've been doing this since 2019. So the goal here again is to provide this, improved asset as a community space for programming. For example, this weekend, Howard University graduates. The College of Fine Arts will be using the interior of the building, which we do have a permit from DOB to have their seniors exhibit their senior show. Friday through Sunday is open to the public 12 to 6. And then we recently hosted the Apollo Theater doing a block party prior to their Howard Theater event. And we've also hosted fish fries for candidates and other things. So historically, Sandlot does not operate as a bar, Bullpen, Bardo, all those other folks. We are a community amenity to all the neighborhoods that we intentionally go in to rectify blight and negative activity in neighborhoods.
So
And I guess the value,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I guess the value add to that is the hospitality side, right? There is F&B that we do try to provide for those types of events when necessary. And historically, we've had liquor. We have 3 tavern licenses in safekeeping right now. Sandlot Georgetown was one of our more recent locations where we have that in safekeeping. Our Navy Yard location, which closed, that's in safekeeping. And then our Sandlot Anacostia, again, once we received word that our lease was being terminated, we moved that into safekeeping as well. So we have 3 active taverns in safekeeping, and the goal is to transition the catering to this location, since we are no longer at 633 Howard Road.
And currently, do you have access to a commercial kitchen licensed by Department of Health at this site or at any other site?
We do not, but we do have access to food partners who are licensed and other catering food professionals, where we have subcontractor agreements in place for them to provide fresh food service for our events. So that is the goal of satisfying that requirement while we go through the process. I believe we have to put the food trailer in place, connected to the water source, just on the north side of the building. And then once we do the inspection with DOH, DLCP will sign off, and we'll be back at it.
All right. So do you plan to sell food and alcohol for off-site consumption, or will patrons be able to dine in on the 1900 7th Street location?
So there are different pop-up opportunities. Usually those are all on a case-by-case basis, depending upon the dynamic of the location that we're reactivating. But the latter portion would be to have folks have the opportunity to dine in at 1900 7th Street when there is event experiences happening.
What are the proposed hours of operation for this location?
So we currently don't operate the exterior space past 10 a.m., 10 p.m., or at least we don't have amplified music past 10 p.m. We hold true to the noise ordinance of the city. And then any internal or interior activations, we don't go past 12 a.m. I believe the flexibility there, especially when you do the liquor license applications, you know always put 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. But then working with ANC and Lee Droid and all the other community members of Shaw, we always tailor that within the settlement agreement, in case there is a scenario where we do go past 12 a.m. and we go till 1 a.m. on the interior, but nothing on the exterior. It's too much of a busy intersection to add to that type of environment.
All right. With full disclosure, I've seen your establishments around the city, and to me, it's an open lot. So I guess maybe you need to explain. You said interior, exterior, because I thought that your entire business model was an exterior facility. So explain what you're saying, interior, exterior, because I don't understand.
Sure, I can just give you the full timeline. In March 2019, we activated a 5,000 square foot lot, purely all outdoors. 2020, we relocated to our Navy Yard location where we had 1,800 square feet of interior space at the bottom of an apartment building called the Marin, across from that stadium. And then we also had a 5,000 square foot lot that was adjacent to that space where we had the ability to safely have people transition from interior and exterior. Georgetown location was purely exterior. It's an old gas station at the entrance of Georgetown, across from the Four Seasons. Of course, it's a building there now. And then the Anacostia location was again all exterior. But this Sandlot Uptown location, we activated where we took over the entire CVS piece of real estate. It's 20,000 square feet. So the interior of the CVS was updated. Again, that's where we received the pop-up permit with the Department of Buildings, went through that process. And then we also improved the exterior parking lot of the CVS with an elevated area as our summer garden. So again, guests have the capabilities of transitioning from the interior to the exterior and vice versa. And then most recently, we activated the old Urban Outfitters in Chinatown as another pop-up that was totally separate from the Sandlot model. But our more recent location is District Center, 555 12th Street, which is all interior with a rooftop. And that's where we plan to relocate one of our safekeeping licenses to that address pulling our, I don't recall which one, but we are starting to do more community programming with property owners who have seen what we've done in the past and understand the business model to again improve the vacancy issue that we have in our city and our communities.
So what's the operation that you intend to run at the 7th Street location?
It's event based. It's purely event based. If you want to host a birthday party or a graduation celebration, or again an art event, a health and wellness, yoga, it's all. Think of it as your apartment building amenity space. That is the business model. We work with corporate partners to underwrite the renovations of those spaces so that the property owners don't have to, which is why we get so much success with accessing so much real estate in the region. And then we, again, program as necessary with folks that need to utilize space. Space is such an issue in our city because it's a small city to begin with, but the barriers of entry is limited for nonprofits or for-profit entities to utilize these facilities to activate their programming.
So is this space, is it the intent to operate year round, or is the intent to operate year round at this space, or is it just during the summer? Explain.
Yeah, we actually have a 3-year lease with Howard University with 2 1-year extensions. That particular site is slated to be a building at some point, but the Metro Green Line is directly underneath, and the assessments of that is astronomical. The president of the university actually sees this as a valued opportunity for student, faculty, and alumni. So we may have an opportunity to extend beyond the 5 years, but the goal is to be at this particular intersection for some time.
But no, I guess what I'm trying to say to you though, you have a current lease. So do you intend to operate
Year round, yes.
year round?
Yes.
Now, and I stated before, it's correct that you did apply for a tavern license at this location. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, I applied in 2024, actually. And I think that there was some, I don't want to say discrepancy, but just the moratorium that was initiated, or at least the call to the moratorium. We felt that we did submit everything prior to it becoming law, I guess, or a part of the legislative rulemaking. But yeah, I think that was just something that we felt we had an opportunity to be incorporated in, at least for a tavern. Now, if there's another type of license, whether it's a 1 day or, I don't really know what's best here, but we follow the rules. I don't think we've ever had any issues or incidents. We just want to be good residents to the district and continue to do the good work of our community efforts.
Well, I think that one of the reasons, it's my understanding, or the board had ruled that the reason the application was denied was because you did fall in the moratorium zone for the type of license that you're trying to, for a tavern license, that you can have a tavern license in that zone.
Right.
Of course, you can
Right.
have a restaurant license. If I believe correctly, I don't think there is any issue with having a restaurant license in that zone, but don't quote me on that. I'm not aware of. I think that there probably was an exception for a restaurant license, but don't quote me on that. that's something you'd have to follow up with the agency. I guess I think one of the concerns is that is it your intent to utilize the catering license if it's granted? And again, the agency can approve a catering license, but you also have to have in order to operate as a licensed caterer, you need to have a commercial kitchen in the District of Columbia, which is provided through the Department of Health. And so I guess the understanding is it that you're trying to utilize your catering license to utilize your catering license at this location to sell and serve alcohol at this location?
In addition to the food service, again, outside of that, we bring in caterers and food professionals to provide those elements. Going back to the Sandlot and Acacia location, we had both a tavern and a catering license. We secured the catering license specifically for our 36-foot food trailer. If we didn't purchase that 36-foot food trailer, we wouldn't have applied for a catering license. And that was in 2022, 2023. So the goal here is to make explicitly our culinary asset, our catering back of house for programming and activating.
And so what you're saying, if the board was to impose conditions on this license at this location to say ban events, the service of food or alcohol on the site, and not provide an entertainment endorsement in light of the North Shore moratorium zone, that this would not work well with your business model.
It wouldn't, sir. And again, I'm just really just speaking explicitly about the history of how we've operated and how our business model is designed. We're self-sustained. We don't have investors. We don't have, it's myself and my partner that are doing the applications. We don't have legal representation. We don't have any of that. We're two native Washingtonians who was literally born at Howard University Hospital and elsewhere. So while even just with our first liquor license in 2019, going through that process with your licensed specialist, we learned a lot. And even going through this process, we're learning a lot. I still find it lucky for us to even have a liquor license in Georgetown, considering the moratorium that was there. But understanding the emergency order that the mayor put in place during COVID, we are more in a helpful position and stance when it comes to improving our city. It's always a call to action. So there was a call to action to open outdoor spaces during COVID. We did just that. We secured a lease with East Bank and we opened Sandlot Georgetown, even with the old Georgetown board, which is a whole other daunting process. We had to do it every year since we've activated there for 4 years safely and providing the same type of energy that I'm telling you we're doing right here on 1900 7th Street. And if it requires letters of recommendations and other things, we can secure that as well. But I think the conditional point that you mentioned with DOH and DOCP, we're totally fine with at least having that be the one element that will allow this type of programming to happen at this location.
Well, I don't think I don't. The concern is that you're in a moratorium zone, and you cannot have a tavern license in this location.
Correct.
And the requirement for caterers license. I mean, the purpose of having a catering license that you're caterer, you're serving food, and the alcohol sales is incidental.
Correct.
The alcohol sales is when you, as a caterer, it's incidental, and it doesn't appear. I don't know if for this location, if the alcohol sales would be incidental to your catering, because it might be. I don't, and I can be wrong, but I'm just asking a question that it appears that in
Sure.
order to sell and serve alcohol at this location, it is your intent to use your catering license to sell and serve alcohol at this location, which is not, that goes against the spirit of what the moratorium is, because you're in a moratorium zone.
So I can add another layer of I guess to advance the conversation. So even with our culinary partners that we've brought in through multiple programs, like Uber Eats, which was a part of that Sandlot Georgetown success story, Plant Burger and Grub Rockstar. I can go on and on and on. Again, these are opportunities for culinary entrepreneurs. We are slated to launch a Sandlot Uptown food truck village with Howard University. They recently eliminated 6 food establishments at Wonder Plaza, uh, Hotbelly, Chipotle, and the Grill, a carry out, and I'm probably missing 2 others. But in partnership with the university, we're going to activate a small area in the parking lot with just our food partners. Again, those are food professionals or establishments that have brick and mortars that also have food trucks, 18 and a half foot food trucks, literally in the middle of that parking lot with some shipping container elements, purely providing food services to the student community and those around that area for food offerings. That is the ethos of every location. It's not to circumvent or just sell alcohol. I don't think even with our tavern licenses, we ever held an event where we did not have food as the main factor, whether it's Crabs in a Barrel, which is an event that we do where we focus on just fish and seafood, or whether it's Grilled Cheese Social, where we focus again specifically on grilled cheese offerings. We're introducing a different hospitality dynamic because it's viable and it works versus the other industries like occasions and spilled milk or windows where they are catering professionals that go to Mellon Auditorium or other CX locations like Arena Stage or the Loft. We're a unique dynamic, and I think it just shows exactly what we intend to do at every location that we open.
And I think that your intentions are great. I don't think there's an issue with your intentions. I don't think there's an issue with your business model. I think the only problem is that this is a moratorium zone, and because so the model that maybe worked over at Georgetown, the model that worked over at in Anacostia, there you were not in a moratorium zone. So there was not necessarily per se an issue with getting a tavern license because you can apply you I guess the other license that you had you had a tavern license in Georgetown, you had a tavern license I believe at, and I could be wrong, in
Mhm.
Anacostia, but because of the moratorium you cannot have a tavern license in at this location. So
Yeah.
and you applied for a tavern license, it was denied, but based on your business model, you need an alcohol license.
So the Georgetown location, just for reference, that moratorium was actually in place when we received the tavern license in Georgetown in 2021.
Oh,
Um,
I know that
oh,
I was here on the board in
I
2021.
got
There were changes made to and let me well, I'm not going to go back and forth with you around the dates, but I know it changes. I know that I'll say this. I've been in DC long enough that when I moved to DC, Georgetown was the entertainment capital of DC. DC has changed significantly. And so there was a moratorium put in place for Georgetown because they did not want to be the entertainment capital. And so then the city moved on and left Georgetown behind. And then Georgetown came back to the board to say, oh, by the way, we still exist.
Right.
I need entertainment back here. So I remember, so at some point, I know that this board um, voted to remove some of the restrictions remove some of the restrictions regarding what type of license um, could not operate, what new licenses could not operate in Georgetown. So you probably the type of license you requested at that time was because Georgetown came back to this board to say
Right.
that because the city had moved on, because
Right.
Georgetown was no longer the entertainment capital of DC, and that they wanted, at least in my view anyway, they wanted to attract new businesses. So your business model, but so as I said before, it's not our intent to question your business model. It is
Right.
just this location specific because of the moratorium zone, and because you're in a moratorium zone, and you cannot and you can't have a tavern license in this zone. You did apply for a license, it was granted, and it appears like okay, fine. I need to operate. How can I operate in this area? And even if you were able to move, say if the Department of Health had if the Department of Health approve your mobile kitchen as a commercial kitchen because that's
Mhm.
what you need to operate,
Mhm.
are we able to provide you, would you be able to utilize this license to operate that area? And I think that's the issue. Whether or not you can utilize a caterer's license based on your business model at this location. And this is what this hearing is about, for us to find out more about your business model, um, to find out your business model and to talk about the what is it that how you can utilize a catering license
Yeah.
yeah, and it
And
cannot be, yes, go ahead, sir.
yeah, and even with just again working on ways to um, improve different business areas to enter in. Having a commercial kitchen unlocks so much, especially in that neighborhood, whether it's us, again, providing food service to complement the food truck village, which is forthcoming, in operating culinary experiences during the week. Again, we were doing this at other locations. You have tastemakers, you have so many other shared commercial kitchen facilities, mess hall and union kitchen even. We have that same opportunity and capability with this asset, which we secured. So I think that there is a multi-layer approach, but I definitely hear and acknowledge your thoughts and the board's interpretation of what our focus, or at least the application that we've put forth to you by relocating and already exist. We paid our fees, our dues, and everything. Again, we're in good standing. I think that's kind of what we were looking to achieve here, without knowing the dynamics around how the applications are written or how the rulemaking decisions are made. So we really just advise to what is best from the board's position.
Generally, are you well versed, or have you reached out to the agency regarding the do's and don'ts of maintaining a caterer's license, in the sense of who you can purchase alcohol from. You have it,
Absolutely.
and so just generally, do you like who do you purchase your alcohol from generally when you have events?
The distributors, Southern, Premium, Republic National, um, all the big box distributors.
All right. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, Mr. Calendar, good morning. It's still morning.
Yes.
I think that as the chairman was saying, Georgetown definitely was the place. I know when I was younger in the early 90s, late 80s, I think it's coming up now again. But you are a testament to our city. You know, you had some successful venues. My three colleagues are legal professionals. I am not. I'm just a longtime community member. But I do have some issues. You have a 36-foot trailer, and then you mentioned another vehicle that you would have a catering kitchen kind of type thing. What was that other vehicle?
It's a 20-foot shipping container kitchen. It's not
Okay.
active right now. It's not connected. It's literally sitting at our northeast location, going through that construction phase. But that will be a different style approach for us. That particular location, we're waiting for a couple of corporate partnerships to land, so that
Mhm.
that specific location can be our first culinary test kitchen location where we focus specifically on food. We're not going to be doing any heavy alcohol over there like our tavern locations, and that's intentional. Again, it's a food desert in Ward 7. We secured this asset with city funding through the same food access grant.
Mhm.
Hope is to just again close that gap with the type of food offerings in Minnesota and Benning. So, but that's not active right now. It's just literally sitting at that location.
Does that location qualify for food access grants like in Anacostia?
Yeah. We already received it and have advanced it. We've been at that site since 2023 when we signed that. But just it's been this long since we've worked through the corporate partnership element, which usually is the case. The same Uber Eats partnership that we had for our Georgetown location, that took a little over a year.
Does this 36-foot trailer currently have a food truck license?
So that's what we were going through right now. Now that we have to relocate it with DLCP.
Okay. And but you want to permanently install it there in the parking lot?
Correct.
And so you'll be hooking up electric and gas and water to that structure?
So we have a variance from the fire and the FEMS
Mhm.
for our 33 Howard Road location, and again, just going through the multi-agency process of relocating to our newest location. That's the same process that we're planning to go through. We have two 100-pound propane tanks that are refillable. That eliminates the gas element. We have
Mhm.
fresh water access directly where the spigot of the trailer is along the building. And then we have electrical waiting to connect directly into the food trailer, which actually doesn't require as much power as one might expect, similar to the 18 and a half food trucks, but no generators, no emissions or anything of that nature.
Okay, and so the CVS building itself, so that's 20,000 feet, and is there restroom facilities within that building?
Yeah, we have multiple restrooms along the interior.
Okay. And so you're not requesting like a 7-day a week type license. You're saying that it's basically an event-based one-on-one. Is that my understanding true?
No, I mean we're similar to the pop-up permit. These are processes and legislations that we work with the Department of Buildings to design and create, not just for our intent but others as well. The goal here is to replicate a lot of the other culinary venues. Again, mess hall, tastemakers, some of the others where professionals who don't have access to commercial kitchens can have access. And whether that's us doing our own internal hiring of chefs and culinary folks to provide food services across the city, we have that capability with that 36-foot food trailer, again, which is our intent.
Oh, so I'm envisioning like a Sycamore and Oak, or perhaps maybe like a little Union Market kind of thing.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
what for the building itself.
Correct.
Yeah. And so for your events that you have, because you were saying something about 10 p.m., what do you think is the capacity if you had say I had a birthday party and invited everyone I knew, what would my capacity max out at?
So our current capacity with our certificate of occupancy is 500, and
Mhm.
that's both indoors and outdoors. 20,000 square feet. If you were to, you know, if I were to do the calculation um, per DOB
Mhm.
with an assembly space or the type of use that we have, that occupancy would max out at 1,300. Um, it's one person to every 15 square feet with no fixtures or no furnishings. We always do our calculations based on the amount of restroom facilities, and again, making it more of a community center versus a club or a hall for that matter. But 500 would be the capacity, max capacity. So whether your birthday party, and these are the type of rules and restrictions historically that we give to folks that want to come in and utilize our facilities. We provide everything step by step. It's almost like, workforce development. We're kind of educating people as they come into space, which again is rare. If you wanted to look at an example of, bullpen or other venues,
Mhm.
we operate completely different because that's not our scope. And again, our hope is for you and everyone else on the board to want to have a birthday party or a retirement party or whatever type of experience you'd like to have at that space. Again, we're problem solvers, and I'll use this as my final note. Cleveland Elementary, which is a school directly south of our location,
Mhm.
people came to us and said, "Hey, look, our teachers get tickets every day. Is there anything you can do to help?" And I said, "We have space. You guys can utilize this parking lot every day at no cost. We're just trying to be good neighbors and understand the law and legislation, and just continue, as you mentioned, to do good work in our city."
Well, I understand that, and that kind of leads me to what I was thinking too. Certainly I don't think the neighborhood itself would be excited to have uh, an additional supply of parking that's limited, as we all know. Um, yeah, so I thank you for your questions and answers, and I, as I said, I'm not the legal scholar. I'm gonna take advice from my board members, and I wish you the best.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chair.
And I am too. I'm not a legal professional by any means. I got an engineering degree from Drexel University, so that's as far as it goes.
Any other questions by any other board members? I guess another question I have, would you be willing, or is based on the business model that you have, could you apply for a restaurant license?
I've never applied for a restaurant license before. I'm not a restaurateur, and I have plenty of restaurant friends. And I believe that is a question that I can't answer at this moment. But to answer your question, possibly, yeah.
No, because you're at a location that you want to operate, but because you're in a moratorium zone, the moratorium covers nightclubs, taverns, and multi-purpose facilities. Those are the type of licenses that falls under the moratorium. A restaurant license doesn't fall under. That's an exclusion.
Okay.
And you're trying to find out and as I stated before, whatever issues in moving your caterer's license, because you need to have access to a commercial kitchen, and you're saying the commercial kitchen is this mobile, or it's this truck. That's your commercial kitchen. However, there are other parts moving with the Department of Health. And so you don't have it. I'm not hearing from you today that you have a commercial kitchen to cook. So even if even if the board was to say, okay, fine, yes, you can get a catering license. You can have a catering license. You're not providing us with a commercial kitchen that you're operating from. So even if the board was to say, you don't have a commercial kitchen that you're operating from, because your commercial kitchen is this truck.
Correct. So now that we have to relocate from the previous location, we have to go through the process again. So we had that in place, and again, our hope and goal is that the DLCP. We've communicated with everyone. I think the first step is where does ABCA stand on this position? We know the requirements on the DOH and the DLCP side. But how permitting fees and all of those things are, does it make sense to advance one way when you have to go back and spend more money to change and redo things? We didn't think that the process of relocating was actually going to be this lengthy. Again, when we didn't expect our 10-year lease to get terminated 6 years early for no reason. So there's other implications that we're dealing with at the moment. I think now we're just at a position of gathering as much information similar to this fact finding so that we can have the best path forward and know that we can, safely make an impact in this part of the city. So to answer your question though, in regarding restaurant, we have a location in Tyson's as well. And one of the requirements in Tyson's for any type of alcohol, because it's a state-run control over there, is that if you do any type of alcohol, 75% of your receipts have to be food. And that, I don't know what the requirement is in the district. I'm obviously going to research pretty extensively after this call. But we don't have that capability if that's the similar element in the district. Again, when we look at the type of business that we've been running for the past 6 years now, 7 years going on, that was never a consideration because we're not restaurant professionals, and we do partner with restaurant professionals in every industry, whether it is a caterer who has the same capabilities that we have, or a larger brick and mortar entity that has a food truck that has those capabilities to provide food service. Again, that's part of the problems that we're trying to solve, but also enhance and amplify, whether it is through legislation, just like the pop-up permit. That's another reason why we do have so many different opportunities to change things. So I will look at the restaurant license. I think that's a great offering. And without understanding on the catering license side where we stand with that. I know the renewal was up, which also led to this. We wanted to at least make sure that we were current or accurate. But again, we're just trying to understand what's the best route here. So if that's a suggestion, we'll take it and we'll follow through.
What's driving this process is the location that you chose.
Understood.
So you're in a location that, because of the moratorium, and you applied similar to your other locations, you applied for a tavern license. And there's no food requirement for a tavern license. So yeah, so there's no food requirement for a tavern license. So there's no issue. However, because you're moving into the location that you have now chosen that you want to operate your business, you apply for a tavern license that was denied because of the moratorium. There are specific requirements to have a catering license. So I don't know. So the board could say, we're going to approve your catering license. We're going to renew your catering license. But the agency might not issue the license because you're waiting for approval from the Department of Health.
And I think that's fine. Like for us, like that would
But what I'm saying though, it puts you in the same position because we're not gonna and I don't know what is it you have to provide to the agency to get a catering license. But if you have to prove that you have a commercial kitchen, we're not going to issue a license until you can prove to us that you have a commercial kitchen. So even if this agency was to approve it, if you have to provide us information, so even if the board would say, oh yeah, we could renew the license, the agency is not going to issue the license to you until if they require you provide us proof that you have access to a commercial kitchen. And if you don't have a commercial kitchen, it doesn't really matter. So I believe it's having a commercial kitchen first, and then you come to the agency for a catering license. But because of the moratorium, okay? Your business model for this location where you have been utilizing a tavern license and it has worked, it cannot work in this location. It's simple as that. Because you cannot get a tavern license in this location to support your business model. And so therefore,
I can
go
clarify. So when you say like our business model is purely based on tavern, right? That's partially true. We have a partnership with Howard University, right, where rent is abatement. It's that for a reason. All of our locations, rent is abated or it's a percentage rent. That is for a reason. We don't have the same deficiencies as our other restaurateur or venue partners. That is intentional and by design. Our catering license, which we did have at our Anacostia location for multiple years, was done through the proper processing. But now that we are relocating, similar to this ABCA fact finding, we just have to go through the process again. So I don't think it's a matter of we didn't have it before. It's like when you change your ID, right? When you move from one apartment to the other, you have to go to the DMV, you have to go here. That's what we're doing here. So I don't think it's a matter of us not having the commercial kitchen, which you had made the suggestion if you were to advance or make a conditional request based on what that does is that allows us to not have to go through a process again, which could later impact timing and just how things are normally handled. We started seasonal and now we have interior space where we can be year round. We still have staff and personnel that we want to ensure doesn't again go to other locations for work, similar to our event partners. And 2024 was a probably the most difficult year for us because we were impacted by construction at our Anacostia location. So there was zero business, there was zero catering filings that year because we didn't have access to our location. And that severely impacted our business. So I think, again, it's not so much the business model, it's just understanding how we can solve these solutions and really, to your point, just do good business. So if that's applying for a restaurant license, great. If it's, we'll approve your catering license, but you have to get the approval from DOH. We have the asset, we have the contacts. They're literally just waiting for us to advance the ball. Then we can do so and relatively quickly.
As I said, what is driving this process is this particular location, and you had applied. You followed the proper procedures to apply for a tavern license for this location, but not for the moratorium. The license would have been granted, but because there is a moratorium, no new multipurpose nightclub or tavern license are being issued in the moratorium zone. Okay, that is for the period of the moratorium. And so, based on your business model, what type of license can I apply for to operate at this location? That's where we are. And I do not believe that the catering license can work. I think that even if the board was to, if all things on the table, if the board was to approve a catering license for this location, based on your business model, I think you'd get in trouble with the agency because you'd be using the catering license for the wrong purpose. Because in the sense that because it's not apparent that at least at this location that alcohol would be incidental to the catering because it's not apparent that you're selling food at this location. That's what I'm saying. Because that's what you'd have to do at this location. You would have to sell food at this location, and the alcohol is incidental to this location.
Yeah, and I think that's the back and forth, right? It's if you, out of the thousands of events that we've done, food has been primary. We haven't had maybe a handful of those thousands where there was no food present. And I believe a majority of that might have been due to a deficiency from one of our contracted food partners, which food truck might have broke down or some other element might have occurred. But at every location that we've had, our Southeast location, we had a catering kitchen that we applied. We did the eating and drinking establishment form with DOH. Everything's clear. Our business external has always been misunderstood, which is fine. I think that's not a bad thing. The great thing in this moment is that there is an opportunity for clear definition of incidental or at least clear understanding of intent. And I think even just looking back at why we even chose this location, we don't look at locations because we want to open a location everywhere. T Street was the worst intersection in the city, and we came in with the T Street Task Force and the university to rectify a problem in 2022. That's how long this has been prior to the moratorium even being discussed. Had we have applied the moment that we knew we were going to take over the site, sure, this wouldn't be a discussion. And I hear you loud and clear as far as this being a moratorium, but I think the solution with the catering might be a short term while we do the restaurant application. But there are things that we would like to plan and schedule again with our other event organizers that should we transition now and start doing 1 days and I don't know what's the best method here, but the plan is to activate that corner, and we've gone with ANC. There's every ANC, at least in my acknowledgement, from when we did our first look of this space, appreciates us being here. They understand the scope, they understand the dynamic. They didn't at first. Same thing with Culture House and Blind Wino in 2013. Everybody didn't really understand it in the beginning, and every agency came by that first day that we opened. But 13 years later, that's still a cultural institution. It's global. And it's literally solving the problem that we're intending to solve right here on 7 in Florida. So
All right.
I acknowledge and I appreciate everything that you and the board has suggested. We're just looking for the best next steps.
Well, the only thing I'm going to say, you said you have 3 licenses in safekeeping, and am I correct that the 3 licenses that you have in safekeeping, they're all tavern licenses? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the problem. Your business model supported you having a tavern license. You're not eligible to receive a tavern license at this location because of the moratorium. So based on your business model and the moratorium, is there a different type of license that you can apply for in this location? And I think that's where we are.
Got it.
Off the top of my head, a catering license. I'm sorry, a restaurant license is not a part of the moratorium. Does your business model support having a restaurant license? I don't know. There's a different process in a sense to have a catering license, because in order to have a catering license, you need to have access to a commercial kitchen. You don't have the commercial kitchen. You don't have, based on your business model, your overall business model, you don't currently have access to a commercial kitchen, right? You don't have access to it. That's what I'm hearing. You don't have access to a commercial kitchen based on your current business model, because you still need approval in order to move to this location. So if you were to use this address as the commercial kitchen, because since you're cooking your own food, if you were to use this location as your commercial kitchen, you still have to go through the regulatory challenges with other agencies.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's what it is. So, is there a different end? Again, with the moratorium, are you eligible to apply for 1 day? I don't know. I would have to look to see if a temporary 1 day. I don't know if you could even apply for 1 day licenses for this location. I don't know. That's something that would have to consult. So
Okay.
it's a fact finding here, and we're trying to find out from you what your business model is.
Got it.
It's up to us to provide you some guidance to say, these are the next steps.
Yeah, which
So,
we're grateful. So again, we appreciate and thank you guys for
all right.
your time
All right.
today.
Do you have any final comment you want to make before I bring this hearing to a closure?
No,
All right.
not this time.
All right. Well, thank you for being here today, and we have our homework, so we'll take this matter under advisement. So we'll have our homework,
Okay.
trying to provide you some guidance on next steps.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. Have a great day.
All right. You too.
Bye-bye. All right. We are at the end of our calendar for this morning, and so let us now do our agenda item for the morning. The first agenda that we'll do, it's our legal agenda, alcohol. On the legal agenda, alcohol, there are 5 matters. I will review all 5, make some recommendations, and then I'll make a motion, ask for a second to move the calendar forward. So the first matter on the legal agenda, alcohol, is a review of a motion for reconsideration. This is in unity. This is in case number 25 PRO 00079, license number 109064. The recommendation is to deny. Number 2, review opposition to motion listed. This is again in unity, case number 25 PRO 00079. The license number is 109064. Number 2 is mute. Recommendation is moot. Number 3, review of reply to opposition listed above. This is again in unity, case number 25 PRO 00079. License number 109064. The recommendation is moot. Number 4, review of letter from Alchy, ALCHY Cocktails regarding reconsideration of Class A winery license classification. This is the recommendation. This is an FYI to the board. Number 5, review of recipe for dismissal. This is for the line DC. This is in case number 26 CMP 00012. The license number is 102177. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The amendment passes 4-0. Number 2, legal agenda, medical cannabis. There are 3 matters on this agenda. I will review all 3, provide some recommendations, and make a motion that for the board to approve the recommendation. So number 1, review of an offering compromise. This is in case number 25 ULC 00078. This is capital CBD. The OIC terms are as follows. Number 1, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products. Respondent and all beneficial owners, heirs, and assignees agree to not sell the following at the premises, online, or at any other location in the District of Columbia. Number 1, flavored tobacco. Number 2, cannabis and cannabis products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, THC-A, and THC without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 3, kratom. And 4, any Schedule 1 substances, including psychedelic mushrooms and DMT. Number 2, remediation. To remediate the unlicensed sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred at the business, respondent shall permanently close capital CBD. Respondent affirmed that the lease of the premises ends effective April 30th, 2026, and that no beneficial owners, heirs, or assignees will lease the premises thereafter. Number 3, licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, nothing in this offering compromise precludes the respondent from applying for a medical cannabis retail license. Number 4, lifting of summary closure. The summary closure shall remain in effect. Number 5, future violations. Respondent agrees that if it violates of DC Code Section 7-1671.08F at any time in the future, it shall be a subsequent violation of this DC Code Section 7-1671.08F2 and ground for the board to issue a fine in the amount of $20,000 under DC Code Section 7-1671.08F2A. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise. This isn't for the landlord, this is for lifted. This is case number 25 ULC 00029. The offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Number 1, the lease termination. Landlord affirms that it has terminated its lease with the unlicensed establishment and that the unlicensed establishment has stated in a sworn affidavit submitted in the landlord-tenant branch of the District of Columbia Superior Court that it has no intention of returning to the premises. Number 2, property of unlicensed establishment. Landlord acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any personal property owned by the unlicensed establishment that remains in the premises and over which the licensed establishment has a legal right of return, provided, however, the board acknowledges the unlicensed establishment has stated in its sworn affidavit submitted in the landlord-tenant branch of the District of Columbia Superior Court that it has relinquished its rights to property left in the premises. Number 3, leasing. Landlord affirms not to lease the premises to any tenant who does not affirmatively convent in its license with the landlord or abide by the laws of the District of Columbia, including all alcohol and medical cannabis licensing laws at the time of or in the future. Number 4, notification of tenancy. Landlord agrees to notify ABCA if it leases the premises to a new tenant who intends to operate an establishment requiring either an alcohol or medical cannabis license, and to provide all identifying information regarding the next tenant, including the name of the business and owner. Number 4, keys. Landlord shall retrieve the keys to the premises from ABCA at a mutual agreed time, date, and location within 48 hours of the board's approval of the offer in compromise. Recommendation is approval. And number 3, review of amended offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 ULC 00076, District Hemp. The offer in compromise is as follows. Respondent agrees to not sell cannabis and cannabis products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, THC-A, and THC, kratom, and any Schedule I substances, including psychedelic mushrooms, at the premises, online, or at any other location in the District of Columbia without a medical cannabis retail license. 2, respondent affirms that its lease at the premises has ended on April 1st, 2026, as evidenced by Exhibit A. Number 2, respondent agrees that if it violates DC Code Section 7-1671.08F at any time in the future, it shall be a subsequent violation under DC Code Section 7-1671.08F2 and grounds for the board to issue a fine in the amount of $10,000 under DC Code Section 1671.08F2A. 4, any summary after the summary closure is lifted and ABCA returns the keys to the property owner, respondent shall coordinate with the property owner to retrieve any property owned by a respondent that remains at the premises and over which respondent has a legal right of return. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn? I think Ms. Quinn has stepped away. So, Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson agrees. So the matter for the legal agenda, matter of cannabis, passes 3-0. So let's now go to our legal agenda. So I do our legal agenda, alcohol. On this agenda, there are 4 license request applications. I will review all 4, make some recommendations, and then I'll make a motion that the board approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. So number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for new ABC license. This is DC Tactile Shop license number 135570. recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is EPICUREAN and company. The license number is 114756. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 3, review application for sidewalk cafe endorsement with 72 seats. This is for Barrel House Cafe and Bar. License number 129755, recommendation placard. And number 4, review request to approval to provide a gift of sweet treats for giveaway that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This is Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve recommendations put forth by the chair for the legal agenda, for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the alcohol supplemental agenda. Review request for approval to provide a gift of a TV customer giveaway that does not exceed $500 in value to Calvert Woodley Fine Wines and Spirits, license number 129692. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board vote to approve the recommendation in the supplemental alcohol license agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will cancel the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Bartaco Mount Vernon, license number 119567, licensee request cancellation. Daily Fish of Chesapeake, license number 072260, licensee request cancellation. El Camino, license number 13113885, licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion, ABC board vote to cancel the license for these establishments. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda, Class A licenses. The ABC board will be issuing orders to cancel the following license for the reasons outlined below. Gordon's Fine Wines of DC, license number 127494. The licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. I therefore make a motion that this license be canceled. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Jones and Mr. Meadows have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda, Class C and D. The cancellation agenda, Class C and D, that was published for May 6th. On that agenda, there are 23 establishments. You know what? I need to read this because there are different reasons. So there are 23 establishments. So let me review all 23 in the record, and then I'll make a motion that ABC board cancel these licenses. So the ABC board will be issuing orders to cancel the following license for the reasons outlined below. Decaloris Restaurant, license number 001750. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Number 2, Lebis, BISC. License number 021395. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Los Cuartos Restaurant, CUATES. The license number 079261. Licensee did not pay the second-year fee. Lincoln, license number 086125. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Busher's Saloon, Beucherts Saloon, license number 089616. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 6, Villa Toscana, license number 100312. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Shillen Cannon Company, license number 106038. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Number 8, Across the Pond Restaurant and Pub, license number 106099. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 9, Cranes, license number 112800. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 10, Petit Mundi, license number 116741. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Lunes de Buenos Aires, Argentinian street food, license number 119215. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Number 12, La Cochina, license number 12041. License number 120148. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 13, La Mont Royal, license number 120509. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Fat Fish Rolls and Twists, license number 120987. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Number 15, Telea, TLEA, license number 122804. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. King Street Oyster Bar, license number 124751. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 17, Giovanni's Trattoria, license number 126137. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 18, Salvi Mex Bar and Grill Restaurant, license number 132170. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 19, Trio Rest and Fox and Hounds Lounge, license number 000168. Safekeeping, licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 20, DC Conscious Cafe, license number 088623. Safekeeping, licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Number 21, Privilege, license number 118901. Safekeeping, licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 22, High Love DC, license number 126087. Safekeeping, licensee did not pay the second year fee. And Fabulous Restaurants, license number 128396. Safekeeping, licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board vote to cancel those licenses as read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, the second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda. Catering license. The ABC Board will be issuing orders to cancel following license for the reasons outlined below. JD Chicken and Ribs, license number 106464. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Green Plate, license number 120942. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. And number 3, Drinks for Love, license number 128444. Licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. I therefore make a motion ABC Board members vote to cancel it, to issue orders canceling these licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the vacate, cease, and desist orders. The ABC Board is vacating the following orders to cancel previously issued on April 22nd, 2026. El Celio Restaurant by Juan Manuel Bartinos, license number 114867. Licensee paid a second year fee on April 28th. Bell Wine and Liquor, license number 095984. Licensee paid a third year annual fee on April 28th. Playa Ocha Cantina, license number 124662. Licensee paid a second-year fee on May 4th. India Gate, license number 095030. Licensee paid a second-year fee on May 5th. Dion's, license number 132927. Licensee paid a second-year annual fee on May 5th. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board vacates the cancel orders previously issued for those cases. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 29 applications. I will review all 29 applications in the record, and then I'll make the recommendations, and I'll make a motion and request that it be second, that the board vote to approve the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. So number one, a request from Francis Keller for one-day license class F baby shower. This is June 6th. The license number is 135785 for the attendance, one security guard. Number two, a request from Dorian Rivers, one-day license class F reunion for alumni of Yale University. This is May 9th. License number 136019, 30 attendees, one security guard. Recommendation approval. Claire Swift, one-day license class F, 95th anniversary of ANWC. This is May the 11th. The license number is 136050, 95 attendees, two security guards. Recommendation approval. Number four, Luke Guenja, GUONJIA Petit, PETTIT, for one-day license class F, graduation dinner, May 13th. The license number is 136064, 110 attendees, two security guards. Recommendation approval. Number five, Bathsheba Amante, AMANTE, license one-day license class F fundraiser, May 9th. The license number is 136075, 70 attendees, two security guards. Recommendation approval. Number six, Steve Billibass, one-day license class G annual Future of Health Summit, May 6th. License number 136011, 150 attendees, three security guards. Recommendation approval. Steve Billibass, one-day license class G Annual Future of Health Summit Conference. This is May 13th, license number 130612, 250 attendees, 6 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 8, Wasang, WUIPING, YAP is a YAP is the last name, one-day license class G. Asian Fiesta Street Fair, May 16th, license number 136018, 100 attendees, two security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 9, Kerry Murphy, one-day license class G Gala, May 16th, license number 13017, 180 attendees, 4 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 10, Selena Gerbic, GRBIC, one-day license class G fundraiser, May 13th, license number 136020, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Stefan Hessler, one-day license class G annual City Dogs and Kitty fundraiser. It is May 9th. The license number is 136039, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 12, Cynthia Jackson, one-day license class G Elks Lodge fundraiser, May 15th. License number 136040, 75 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 13, Cynthia Jackson, one-day license class G Elks Lodge fundraiser, May 29th. License number 136041, 75 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 14, Cynthia Jackson Elks Lodge fundraiser, June 7th. License number 1360442, 75 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 15, John Issa, one-day license class G, training and happy hour. This is May 7th through May 9th. License number 1360447, 111 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 16, Patrick McKeenan, McKieman, one-day license class G, Pride Festival, June 21st. License number 1360448, 100,000 attendees, 40 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 17, another request from Patrick McKeenan, McKieman, one-day license class G, Pride Festival, June 20th. License number 1360449, 4,000 attendees, 12 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 18, request from Lucas Umana, UMANA, one-day license class G, Fun Set DJ Experience. This is May 10th, license number 1360555, 200 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 19, Gina Bringas, BRINGAS, one-day license class G, wedding, May 16th, license number 1360666, 119 attendees, 2 security guard, recommendation approval. Number 20, the Westin, Washington, D.C. downtown one-day substantial change. Meet the Monument, Monument, MONENTUM, private event, May 6th. License number 085654. Substantial change license 26SC 00679, recommendation approval. Number 21, Tap 99, one-day substantial change, live music, substantial change to have live music on our street reel. This is May 24th, license number 116883. Substantial change license is 26SC 00681, recommendation approval. Number 22, Secret Lounge, one-day substantial change, graduation party, substantial change, use of license off premises at 620 at Michigan Avenue Northeast. Excuse me, this is May 23rd, license number 107123, substantial change license is 26SC 00680, recommendation approval. 23, protest, PROST. One-day substantial change graduation party, substantial change user license off premises, 208th Street Northwest. This is May 9th, license number 108392, substantial change, license is 26SC 00682, recommendation approval. 24, transmission, one-day substantial change, Pride Month celebration, seeking change hours of operation from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. The license number is 133331. Substantial change license is 26SC 00683, recommendation approval. Number 25, number 9, one-day substantial change, Pride Month celebration, substantial change. Cafe increased capacity from 13 to 29 with removal of existing furniture. This is June 19th, 20th, 21st. The license number is 086354, substantial change license 26SC 00685, recommendation approval. 26, Kenneth H. Nash, Post 8, American Legion, one-day substantial change. Reception, substantial change, use license off premises at Prem at brick pavement adjacent to Post 8 and parking lot. This is May 20th. License number 000643. Substantial change license is 26SC 00691. Recommendation approval. Number 27, Bar Crawl Nation, Pub Crawl. This is June 27th. The license number is 114535. Substantial change license is 26 PCE 00014. Recommendation for 1,450 participant. Number 28, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, All American Bar Crawl 26. This is July 4th. The license number is 105182. Substantial change license 26 PCE 00015. Recommendation denial. Pub crawls are prohibited on July 4th. Number 29 is a retroactive event. It's Pradeep Singh, Pradeep Sing, for 1 day license class F. This was for a gala. The event was May 2nd. The license number is 136026. 125 attendees, 3 security guards, and recommendation is to approve retroactive approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the board's temporary and 1 day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass is 4-0. So we move to the alcohol license administrative docket. On the alcohol license administrative docket, there are 19 applications. So the docket that was for the docket that was published for May 6, 2026, there are, as I stated before, there are 19 applications. And so without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board vote to approve the alcohol license administrative docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now move to the rescission alcohol license administrative docket. There is one application on this docket, SOST, the license number 126215. This is a tavern for Summer Garden endorsement. It was approved on November 5th, 2025. So we need to vote to rescind this approval. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On the medical cannabis license agenda, there are 6 applications, and I'll review all 6 and I'll make some recommendations. So number 1, review social equity application for a new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for SM Quest Industries Inc., license number 128882. Recommendation placard. Number 2, review a request to add educational tasting endorsement to retail license with delivery safe use treatment facility and Summer Garden endorsement. This is for Fire Tuned, license number 128026, recommendation approval. Number 3, review request to add educational tasting endorsement to retail license with delivery endorsement. This is Firehouse, license number 126791, recommendation approval. Number 4, review request for reinstatement of retail license with delivery endorsement. This is DC Smoke, license number 126787, recommendation approval. Number 5, review status of application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is Smoking Things 2, license number 128451. Recommendation, license to request written update from application after May 22nd, 2026. Recommendation approval. Number 6, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Bud Love, license number 128413, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. And our final agenda on the morning calendar. It is the medical cannabis license administrative docket. There are two applications on this docket. So this is a medical cannabis license and administrative docket. And without objection, I make a motion that ABC board vote to approve this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, a second motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We are now at the end of our morning meeting. And so the board is going to go in recess until 1:30. So we'll come back to the public session at 1:30. The board can go to lunch and I'll ask all board members to return to executive session at 1:20. So we'll return. So the board members should return to executive session at 1:30 and we will come back approximately 1:30 to the public session. Good afternoon. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairperson of the Board. Joining me this afternoon, we will have three other board members. Myself, we have Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, we have Mr. David Meadows, and now we're joined by Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 4 members in attendance this afternoon for the conduct of business. All right, so this afternoon, we have 2 cases on our calendar. And let me go to our calendar. Let's switch to the first case. The first case on our calendar is case number 26PRO00020. It's Blue Dive Oyster Palace Blackjack, license number 85382. This matter has been continued to a later date. All right, so the next case on our calendar is case number 25PRO00127, Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge, license number 130269. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Good afternoon. Cameron Mixon, Access Elevated. Investigator Burnell Davis, Access Elevated. Dwayne C. Fales, Access Elevated. Eddie Thomas, Access Elevated. Harley Dennis, Access Elevated. Carrie Verdi, Access Elevated. Matt Fay, Access Elevated. Med Sahet, Access Elevated. Ronald Scott, Access Elevated. Kaya Chu, Access Elevated, and Zoe Liu, Access Elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Hold on. I'm trying to get the All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with you, Mr. Mixon. Hold on 1 minute, please. I don't see, I heard the name Miss Verdi, but I don't see her.
I'm here, Chairman Anderson.
I guess unless there's a there you are. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon, counsel with the applicant, CAMERONMIXON.
Good afternoon, sir. Ms. Verdi, good afternoon. Can you identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. Carrie Verdi with the law firm of Verdi and Ogletree. I am counsel for the ANC 1B and will be representing all protestants today, including the group of 5.
All right, and let me go back to you, Mr. Mixon. Who's your client, and is your client here today?
Kayachu Enu. He is in attendance today.
Where is that person?
Mr. Enu, if you could come onto camera, please.
And please spell and state your name for the record.
Okay, Tayacho Neo, Cayachew. Last name Enyw.
All right, sir. And please, I am doing this to protect the agency. Are you comfortable with the English language?
Yes.
All right, fine. And this is not, I just want to make sure that the agency is doing its part, because I do not want at a later date that there's some allegations that English was not my first language and I'd asked for a translator and one was not provided. So all I'm trying to do is I'm not making any aspersions regarding your English language abilities. I just want to make sure that the agency legally is doing the right has taken the right posture. And although you have an attorney, we have had a case where that was an issue even with an attorney present. So I just want to make sure that the agency is protected. All right, Ms. Verdi, so you said, who are the protestants that you represent, ma'am?
The ANC 1B, who is represented today by Commissioner Matt Fay, and the group of 5, who I believe their representative has been Zoe Liu.
Okay, fine, thank you. Are there, prior to starting, are there any preliminary matters, Mr. Mixon?
Just one, Mr. Chair. We have 2 resident neighbor witnesses with whose testimony we think would be highly relevant, but both have indicated that they have relatively limited availability today. And so, if possible, would like to request that their testimony be able to be put on the record prior to Investigator Davis's.
Ms. Verdi?
I have no objection to that.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Verdi.
Do you have any preliminary matters, Ms. Verdi?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Let me find this case. So this is to renew a license. And I guess let me ask you a question, Ms. Verdi. This is because this is a hearing to renew the license. What is the position of the protestants regarding the renewal of the license?
The position of the protestants is that the license should be restricted. It currently allows for operation from 11 a.m. to 6 a.m. And the protestants are seeking a reduction in those hours from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Saturday and Sunday.
And what's Mr. Mixon, what is the position of your client regarding renewing the license with those hours?
So applicant's position that the license be renewed without additional condition.
All right, fine. Would the parties be agreeable that because the protestants is not contesting the renewal of the license? So would the parties be agreeable if the board was to decide to renew the license, and then we'll spend the rest of the hearing to determine what, if any, conditions should be imposed on the license?
Agree.
Ms. Verdi?
Yes, protestants agree to that.
Thank you. Now let me ask you a question. Do the parties need? Well, in that case, I mean, I read the report. Do any of the parties have any significant questions for the protest? I'm sorry, for the
investigator?
For the investigator. I apologize. Yes.
We do have questions for the investigator.
What I'm not going to call the investigator, in the sense that the board will make the investigator. The investigator is rebooting his computer, so it's having some issues. So that's why the investigator is not online at the moment. So with the agreement of the parties, I will just have you, Mr. Mixon. You can ask questions of the investigator regarding his report, and you can do that, Ms. Verdi. The board doesn't need to question the investigator. You can. We'll call them, and then you guys, the parties, can question the investigator, okay? About any aspect of the report that you want to. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, after applicant's case in chief, or at least after applicant's first two witnesses?
If I guess what I'm saying is that, do you want the investigator to go first, or you want your two witnesses to go first, based on the time constraint? Based on, since now all that we're now doing is that both yourself and Ms. Verde will be asking questions, so we're cutting the time down. So what we'll do, we're doing opening, and then I will call the investigator, and you guys can question the investigator. The board is not gonna per se ask questions. I'll allow board members to ask questions of the investigator if they have any questions based on the questions that were asked by the parties.
That's agreeable, yes.
So how does that change? I guess what I'm saying, do you still need your two witnesses to testify before him or after?
I would still need them to testify before, please.
All right, so what I will do then, we'll do opening, and then I'll allow you to call your two witnesses, and then we will then I'll call the investigator. Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Okay, so the process then for this case is that I've already asked, there are no preliminary matters. We're gonna have both parties have an opportunity to do opening statements, and then I will allow the applicant to call two of his witnesses, and then once the applicant has called those two witnesses, the board will call its investigator. However, the board is not going to question the investigator. The parties will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator, do direct examination of the investigator based on his reports, and if the board members, if they have any questions, they're feel free to ask questions of the investigator. All right. So any question before we move forward? And as per agreement of the parties, the license will be renewed. This discussion will be whether or not the board should impose restrictions on the license. Okay. Any other questions moving before we have opening statements? Hearing none, then you can go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Life One LLC, trading as Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge, will show by substantial evidence that its operations at its currently approved hours, which include 2 to 6 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 to 6 a.m. Friday and Saturday, have not had an adverse impact on the appropriateness standards of peace, order, and quiet, residential parking needs, and vehicular and pedestrian safety, or real property values. Beyond simply not being a disruption, these hours are of vital importance to sustaining this business, as the sale of food is a major driver of revenue, supporting the establishment's ability to operate and employ its personnel. And beyond that, these hours are of great importance to the surrounding North Shaw U Street corridor area, as it provides one of the few options that residents have who may work late hours or other patrons of nearby nightlife establishments have to access prepared food at a time in which most businesses are closed. And you will hear from Cloud's experienced security manager, Ronald Scott, whose supervision of the establishment's security personnel has helped maintain a safe environment for patrons to enjoy the establishment at any hour. Mr. Scott will testify to Cloud employing the full suite of security procedures that such a nightlife establishment should implement to maintain peace and order, maintaining an orderly flow of patron ingress to the establishment, checking for identification and performing pat-down searches at the door, conflict resolution through de-escalation, and directing patrons to finish the consumption of alcoholic beverages by the end of the approved hours. You'll also hear from General Manager Mestet Antonet, who oversees the establishment's overall food and beverage operations, including at the hours relevant to this protest. Ms. Antonet will testify to the training of alcohol service personnel to comply with all ABC law, including the transition from the service of alcohol to the food sale business model after 2 or 3 a.m. Ms. Antonet will also testify to the establishment's other measures to prevent adverse impacts on the community, with respect to issues of minimizing the output of sound, cleaning of litter and debris, and parking. And perhaps most importantly, you also hear from a pair of North Shaw residents living within walking distance of the establishment, whose testimony will demonstrate that for many neighbors, Cloud's operations at its approved hours have produced no adverse impacts, and in fact, have provided a valuable service through the sale of food at times in which such options are highly limited. Together, such testimony will show that Cloud's existing practices remain appropriate for its area and that the license should be renewed free and clear of conditions.
Thank you. Ms. Verdi?
Thank you. The protestants are protesting the renewal of Cloud's license on the ground that the extended operating hours, namely being open from 6 a.m. 7 days a week, instead of the standard 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday, has a negative impact on the peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood, negative impact on pedestrian and vehicular safety, and a negative impact on property values. The evidence will show that this establishment has a large number of calls from the community to ABCA and MPD incident reports during the hours 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., reporting patrons exiting Cloud while carrying a weapon that was later fired in the street, simple assaults, multiple instances of patrons leaving Cloud and vomiting in front of the entrance of the private residences next door, not within walking distance as Cloud's witnesses are, but immediately next door to the establishment. Regular, long, rowdy lines of patrons at all hours of the night, litter in front of the establishment, loud music, disturbing neighbors at all hours of the night, particularly between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., and patrons illegally parking in front of emergency exits. Given this history, Cloud should absolutely not be rewarded with a license allowing for extended hours. As this board is well aware, the evidence presented by the ANC is entitled to great weight by the board, and today there will be no question that the evidence presented supports that the extended hours has a negative impact on the peace, order, and quiet, pedestrian and vehicular safety, and property values. Therefore, the operating hours should be restricted. In the matter of Sliced and Brewed Restaurant, which was protest number 25 PRO 78, this board issued order 2025-1178 very recently. That was on December 17th, 2025. And the board cited precedent that said, quote, a showing of inappropriateness should be based on evidence that neighborhood problems emanate from, are traceable to, or are otherwise exacerbated by the establishment and its patrons. Today's evidence will focus not only what has occurred inside Cloud Lounge, but what happens directly outside of Cloud Lounge that is traceable to the establishment and disturbs the peace, order, and quiet and threatens the safety of pedestrians in the area. As the board knows, the test for whether something disturbs the peace, order, and quiet does not rest on whether an ABCA violation has occurred. It is much broader than that. Rather, according to the DC Code, peace, order, and quiet includes noise, rowdiness, litter, and criminal activity. And today's evidence will be overwhelming. We will begin with the ABCA investigator who monitored Cloud Lounge on 17 separate occasions and observed, quote, loitering, some criminal activity, heavy foot traffic, and trash left outside, to which all of these attributes contribute to the concerns of peace, order, and quiet. While the ABCA investigator conducted a very thorough review of the exterior of the applicant, she did not conduct, as far as we can tell, any investigation in the interior of the establishment. However, you will hear testimony from our own investigator who was hired to visit Cloud on 2 separate occasions, who will testify to the manner in which Cloud sells alcohol after hours and the lack of food service available to patrons after hours. And this all occurred after Cloud was fined by ABCA in July of 2025 for after-hours sales of alcohol. You will hear testimony from 2 members of the group of 5 who will describe regular trash left outside of Cloud, the regular long lines, the attempts of Cloud patrons to enter their building, threats from Cloud patrons to neighbors attempting to pass the line, waiting to enter into Cloud so that they can enter their own building, loud car parties from Cloud patrons, and Cloud patrons parking in a manner that blocks emergency exits and endangers citizens. The protestants will present evidence of the multiple police reports, neighborhood calls, and ABCA violations of Cloud, and will further present testimony establishing that ABCA does not have the ability to regularly monitor and enforce rules between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. And the MPD, likewise, has limited resources during this time period. Importantly, The ANC will also present evidence from other business owners in this neighborhood that support the restricted hours for Cloud Lounge. The ANC supports businesses in its community, but we must balance the right of the neighbors to live in safe neighborhoods. 127 total licensed establishments are within the ANC 1B, and with the exception of the 2 establishments owned by this owner, there are not establishments with this number of violations and incident reports. The ANC has taken a consistent position that it will protest all extended hour licenses for establishments with a history of violations that affect the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood, and Cloud is a glaring example of that. The neighbors have only one mechanism to try to keep their neighborhood safe, and that is through protesting licenses and seeking ABCA's intervention. It is only ABCA that has the ability to enforce the code violations, and the evidence will show that ABCA does not have the manpower to police and enforce during these extended hours. That, coupled with the evidence regarding the decreased property values, the moratorium zone in which Cloud Lounge sits, vehicular and pedestrian safety, all of this evidence will lead this board to conclude that there is only one solution to the consistent lawlessness and disturbance of the peace that occurs at this establishment. And that is for ABCA to reduce the hours to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Thank you, and we thank you in advance for your time and attention today.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we start, all right. Before the parties start, I just want for the parties to know at least where the board stands regarding, I guess I've heard several times, Great Weight. Just want to put the parties on notice. This is where the board is coming from regarding Great Weight. The ANC protested on peace, order, and quiet without elaboration. I believe that there was an additional exhibit, I think Exhibit 21, that came in regarding there was I think Exhibit 21, but it doesn't appear that it specifically addresses the Great Weight, and I think our legal office had responded to Exhibit 21. So it doesn't appear that there's need to be any I think the general policy is not relevant for appropriateness. I think when we talk about Great Weight, our orders always address Great Weight, and also we're not going to give great weight to testimony or other evidence per 25609 and the Court of Appeal cases. So we give great weight to orders that comes in like ANC resolutions. We do great weight to ANC resolutions. We do give great weight to documents that are provided in the evidence as part of the PIP, because that puts the other side on notice. So and I read all board members read all the decision that comes out, and we sign off on the board and the decisions. And I'm aware that our decisions always, in the 10 years I've been chair, we always address great weight. We do comply with the law as far as great weight, giving great weight to ANC's resolution. So just want to put it on the record. All right.
May I ask one question, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman? I didn't
Yes, ma'am.
understand. You said that the council had said something to us about Exhibit 21.
It's my understanding that if our legal office did not respond, then maybe that's my error, but that's my understanding that that's my understanding. Okay. but if that's incorrect, then I'll make sure that in our decision that's addressed.
Okay, I could ask Commissioner Fay if you may have received.
Let me look at what exhibit.
Mr. Chair, my witnesses.
Yeah, just a minute, just a minute. I think, and yes, we're gonna do that. No, I'm sorry, we're gonna hold on a minute. Let me look at exhibit 21.
Chair Anderson, I'm happy to comment on the feedback we received from ABCA legal counsel.
But no, you don't need
relative
to. You
that.
don't need to comment. I was just making a statement to say that, and I think I stated that legal had responded, and Ms. Verdi said she wasn't aware. But you don't have to comment specifically, and you can address it later on if it comes up.
Of course, the ABCA legal response was outside of this case and was directly to the ANC.
All right, but I'm only responding to information that's provided to me by our general counsel, and I think this is not it's not specific to this case, and I've always tried to point out to the ANC when it's routine that in all our hearings, it's always that we need to provide great weight. And so I'm just reminding the parties that all our decisions are great weight, giving great weight to ANC resolutions. It's always considered. But I think, and I'm speaking for myself, I'll just say this, I'm speaking for myself. I think a lot of times it's presented to say this is what this is the ANC's position, and great weight means that because this is the ANC's position, the board needs to adopt the position, and that's how a lot of times when it's presented, that is how I'm getting it. That that because this is the ANC's position, then you have no other option but to approve the ANC's position because of great weight. And that's not my interpretation of great weight. And that's all I was saying. That's just not my interpretation of great weight is that, yes, we're going to give great weight to the recommendation and the resolutions of the ANC, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the board must adopt that position. That's all I'm saying. We will consider it, and I think that whatever all the decisions that we make, either pro or whether or not we agree fully or partially with the ANC, we always give their position, their reasoned positions and resolution great weight. That's all I just want to put for the record. Okay. All right. So the first witness, we're gonna you can Mr. Davis. I'm not sure if you were online. What's going to happen today? Mr. Mixon is going to call his first two witnesses. Once Mr. Mixon calls his first witnesses, then I will call you as a witness. I'm not going to have any questions, but both Mr. Mixon and Ms. Verdi will have questions of your report, sir. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Who is the first? I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Who is the first witness, Mr. Mixon?
Applicant calls Eddie Thomas Jr.
You said Eddie
Thomas.
Eddie Thomas Jr. Where's Mr. Thomas? Can you come on turn your camera on, please?
Good afternoon.
Mr. Thomas, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, what's going to happen, Mr. Thomas, is Mr. Mixon will have some questions, direct examination questions of you. Ms. Verdi will have questions of you. And then the board members might have some questions of you, sir. I just want to say, when you answer questions, sir, you answer to the best of your knowledge and recollection. If you do not understand the question, you ask for clarification. Sir, you cannot ask questions of either Mr. Mixon or Ms. Verdi. If you hear an objection is raised, I will ask that you stop and wait for the lawyers to give their reasons for objections, and then I will instruct you on whether or not you can answer the question, sir. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thomas, thank you for being here today. Can you please tell us your home address?
2115 12th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C.
Okay. And can you tell us just quickly approximately how far is that from Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge?
Roughly about 3 blocks.
Okay. And how long have you been aware of Cloud?
I've been aware of Cloud for many years. I don't know exactly, but it's been several.
Let me amend my question. Rather, how long have you lived at your current address?
I have lived in this current address for just under 2 years.
Okay. So you've been aware of Cloud the entire time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever visited the establishment?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
A lot. 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay. Has that ever been after 2 or 3 a.m.?
I've stayed past 2 a.m. Yes.
Yes. Okay. You've been there. Yeah, at the time.
Yep.
And in your experience at the establishment, have you ever experienced any problems with disorderly conduct or safety?
Never.
Are you aware of any negative effects on the neighborhood from Cloud operating at these hours?
Not to my knowledge.
Other than this protest, are you aware of anyone else in the community experiencing problems with Cloud's operations at these hours?
I'm not aware.
What benefits have Cloud's current hours provided to the community, in your opinion?
Well, I ain't going there just after hours, after I've been someplace else and they were still open. I enjoy talking to the staff. We've gotten to know each other. And every now and then, if I'm hungry, I can get a meal.
That's very good. What can you tell us about your options for food after 2 or 3 a.m. in the area?
The only thing that I might be aware of, there might be a jumbo slice pizza, but they're not usually open, or at least not close to me on my way home.
What would your opinion be if Cloud's hours were restricted so it could not operate at these times?
I just have less options, and I couldn't hang out when I wanted to. So I guess I'd be disappointed.
How would you distinguish Cloud's operations from, or the experience being there from other establishments in the nearby area?
How would I distinguish them? I guess because I've got to know the staff, I feel more comfortable there. But otherwise, I don't see much of a distinction between, you know, the establishments in that area, except I'm able to go to Cloud if I'm coming from someplace else and I know the staff there and security.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. No further questions.
Ms. Verdi?
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. My name is Carrie Verdi. I represent the protestants in this matter. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
I have just a few questions for you today. First of all, you said you live about 3 blocks from Cloud Lounge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So no lines of patrons trying to enter Cloud Lounge are ever lined up in front of your home, correct?
No, ma'am.
And any noise that emanates from Cloud Lounge can't be heard in your home 3 blocks away, right?
No.
And any litter from patrons of Cloud Lounge doesn't disturb you in your home 3 blocks away, right?
No, ma'am.
And if any assaults or criminal activity were occurring right in front of Cloud Lounge, that wouldn't affect you at your home 3 blocks away, right?
No, ma'am. Not at my home.
And you said sometimes you go in to Cloud for something to eat. What's your favorite thing on the menu?
I like the chicken wings.
And have you ever ordered, what else do you recall that's on the menu?
Not a lot. I usually get it by recommendation.
Are you ever handed a menu or do they recommend to you what they're serving that night?
It's usually recommended.
You ever seen a menu?
I will say that I rarely get menus when I'm on 9th Street because I frequent the places. And so I just kind of come in and start talking. Or they start talking to me.
Yeah, it sounds like you're friendly with the staff there. Have they ever handed you a menu?
Probably a while ago, not recently, when I first started going.
So maybe 2 years ago?
Maybe more. I've been going for more than 2 years. I've just lived here for 2 years.
Okay. So do you recall in any of your recent times there, like seeing a menu, kind of even sitting out on the bar?
No, I recall talking to the owner and we talked about the menu.
Okay. And how is the food served to you when you order the chicken wings? Is it on a plate? Is it in a basket?
I get it in the black containers with the plastic top.
Like a takeout container?
Yes.
And do they provide condiments? Are there things sitting out to kind of support food service?
They're not sitting on the bar, but I can request it. Or at the table, not at the tables either.
Okay. And are there tables? I haven't been in cloud. So are there tables where people are sitting around eating, or is it more at late night like a drinking establishment?
Both, depending on the time.
Do you see people sitting around tables eating predominantly or drinking?
Most people are drinking more than they eat.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate your time. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Any questions by the board members? All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, who is the next witness, sir?
Trinae Elizabeth Teresa Wallace.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Trinae Elizabeth Teresa Wallace. I believe she's just logged on.
Okay, I'm sorry, what's the last name again? The name the name you gave me is not the name that's on the screen. So that's what's her name again? I'm sorry.
Well, Wallace, Mr. Chair.
Miss Wallace, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wallace.
Hello.
Can you please share with the board your home address?
No,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, let her, what is her name?
My name, well, my legal name, I just got married. My legal
No,
name is Trinae Mgaza Sese.
No, I just want to make sure that you're recognized on the record what your name is.
Yep. My legal name is what's on the screen.
So can you spell that? We have a court reporter, so can you spell the name so the court reporter can capture your name properly, ma'am?
Absolutely. Do you want me to spell first and last, or just last?
Your whole name.
Whole name?
Spell your whole name,
Sure.
please, ma'am.
Sure. First name is going to be Trinae. T-R-A-N as in Nancy. A-E. Last name Mgaza Sese. M-G-A-Z-A dash S-E-S-E.
Your witness.
Apologies, Mgaza Sese. I was not aware of your.
That's okay. I just changed it literally like a couple weeks ago. So sorry about that.
So Mgaza Sese, can you please share with the board your home address?
Sure. It is 1707 7th Street, Northwest.
And approximately how far is that from Cloud?
About a block, no more than a block and a half.
And how long have you been aware of Cloud since you were moving there?
Well, I've only lived here in this location for about a year and a half, a little less, give or take. So about the same amount of time since probably, well, I've known about them for a few years, but as far as being a patron there, being a consistent patron there for about a year and a half.
And how often have you visited there since your move?
Probably I would say I'm a frequent attendee, about 2 to 3 times a week.
Has it ever been after 2 a.m. on a Sunday to Thursday, or
Yes.
at 3 a.m. on a Friday to Saturday?
Yeah.
And is that to both?
Yes to both.
Periods of time. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
In your experience, has there been any problems with disorderly conduct or safety in your visits at those hours?
No, not that I'm aware of. Anyway.
Have you had the chance to try the food there?
Yeah, actually, that's why I go.
Thank you. Are you aware of any negative effects on the neighborhood from Cloud operating at these hours?
I wouldn't see an issue firsthand.
Outside of the current protest, Has anyone ever expressed any negative experiences, adverse impacts from Cloud's operations at these hours?
No.
What benefits do you feel that Cloud's current hours provide to the community?
Honestly, I say the food, and I only say that because I am a nurse, so I work oftentimes late into the night, early morning hours. So it's really convenient for me to just go right up the street and grab food versus having to drive, all over DC to try to find something at, in between 3 and 6 a.m. It's pretty slim unless you're really driving somewhere. And after working 18 hours, it's not ideal to drive around after that.
Understood. Thank you. How would you distinguish Cloud's operation from any kind of neighboring establishments nearby, or the effect of its operations?
I'd say, in my experience, the class of people that attend there, I wouldn't say is a rowdy crowd. I'd say there are surrounding businesses uh, I've noticed myself that it gets a little crazy on the other side of the street. I've seen it myself, like I said. But I've never personally had any issues with that crowd of people that attends Cloud. And security is great, honestly, I will say. They pretty much keep things in line.
Thank you. What would your opinion be if Cloud's hours were restricted so it could not operate at these hours?
Well, I would be driving a lot further to find food. And like I said, if you can imagine working 18 hours and serving your community, it's nice to have a convenient food option, that's up the street. You can listen to music for, 20, 30 minutes, hang out, for a few minutes until your food's ready. It's really convenient.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Magaza-Sese. No further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Verdi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Mgaza-Sese. My name is Carrie Verdi, and I'm an attorney for the protestants in this group. It's nice to
Hello.
meet you.
You as well.
I have a few questions for you. First, I noticed your name. Obviously was different on the witness list. Are
Yeah.
you related to the DJ Sese, who regularly performs for the owners' two establishments, Yolo and Cloud?
I know he worked for Yellow, but as far as working staff Cloud, no. But
Is that
yes,
your
that
husband?
is my husband.
So do you personally know the owner of Cloud Restaurant?
I don't have a personal relationship with him, but I do know him.
Does your husband have a personal relationship with him?
I don't know.
Have you met him before?
Have I met Mike? Yes.
The owner?
Yes, I know who the owner is. Yeah. But I do not have a personal relationship with him, as I stated.
Okay, but your husband has been hired by him to perform at his other establishments?
As far as I know, he's worked at Yolo before, yes.
And you said that you go to Cloud to eat. What is your favorite thing on Cloud's menu?
Well, I eat chicken wings mostly late at night because it's quick and easy and I can get right to bed.
And what else is on the menu? Have you seen a menu at Cloud?
A long time ago. It's been a while. I usually just get chicken wings when I go there. That's
Do you see
any
people
place I go,
eating?
honestly.
Do you see people eating things other than chicken wings?
Yeah.
Such as, could you give me some examples of what else is served?
I believe I want to say maybe like salmon. I don't really get into people's dishes, but that's my guess is maybe it was salmon. This was a couple of months ago. I don't go on a regular basis. I mean, I go a couple times a week, but I wouldn't say it's regular.
So you go a couple times a week. Do you eat every time you go a couple times a week?
Yeah. It's
And
usually when I'm getting off of work.
are other people there eating?
Yes.
And how is the food served?
So it really depends. If you're staying there and eating, they serve it to you on like a plate kind of thing, or if you're leaving, they give it to you in a to-go container, or you can request for them to just put it in a to-go container if you don't want to have it on the plate.
And when people are eating, are there condiments sitting out for people? How
No, I
describe
wouldn't.
food service?
So I wouldn't consider this restaurant style. I would consider it takeout. Because no, there isn't like ketchup and mustard and hot sauce sitting on tables. But if people request, like, hey, can I have some ketchup, buffalo sauce, whatever, ranch, they give it to you in a little, like the little plastic containers. That's what they give it to you in. It's been refrigerated. You can tell because it's cold.
And you regularly see menus, kind of sitting around?
I don't really pay attention. I'm not gonna lie. I don't go there to look at a menu. I go there to get chicken wings. Like that's just kind of what I do. So I don't observe those things. No.
Okay, so you don't recall ever seeing a menu?
No.
And in addition to some of the people that are there eating, I assume people are also drinking when you're there at night?
Depending on the hours.
Okay. So I mean, it's not just people sitting there eating. There's eating and drinking.
Well, after 2 o'clock, yes, people are sitting there eating. But before 2 o'clock, people are drinking because those are drinking hours.
So you're saying after 2 a.m., everyone in there is just sitting down?
When I'm there, no, not sitting down, but there's music playing, there's people dancing, people are coming from other places that they've obviously been drinking already. So, I mean, no, people aren't just sitting down looking at each other. People are up dancing, there's music going, there's people eating. There are people sitting eating, but not every single patron in there is sitting there eating, if that makes sense.
It does, thanks. And you also, from your address, I looked, it's between about an 8 and 10-minute walk from Cloud to your home. Is that correct?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay, so the lines that form outside of Cloud Lounge for people waiting to enter, those lines would never form in front of your home, correct?
Right.
And litter that could be strewn from people leaving Cloud Lounge, that would never be in front of your place approximately 8 minutes away, right?
I mean, if you hold on to it for a few more minutes, I wouldn't say no. Because there is all kinds of trash on 7th Street over here. So I couldn't tell you if it's from there or not. I couldn't tell you that.
Okay, and how about noise? If noise is emanating from Cloud Lounge, would you hear that at your place 8 minutes away?
No.
And if somebody exited Cloud Lounge while carrying a gun and shot it, that wouldn't affect you at your apartment or condo 10 minutes away or 8 minutes away, right?
Depends on where the person is. This
Right in
is
front of
DC we're talking about.
If it was in front of Cloud Lounge?
It right directly in front of the lounge? No.
Okay, so and with respect to testimony about peace, order, and quiet that would disturb neighbors living in the neighborhood, something emanating directly inside of or right in front of Cloud Lounge wouldn't affect you at your home 8 minutes away, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate your time today.
Thanks.
Any questions by the board members? All right, ma'am, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony today. You have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so those are the two witnesses, Mr. Mixon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, so we think you're welcome, so we can go back to regular order. So the board is going to call Mr. Burnell Davis. Mr. Davis, can you raise your hand? Raise your right hand, please. Okay. You swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but truth.
Yes.
Who is this Tachia Chow? Can that person mute their line, please? I need everyone to mute their line. The only person whose line should be open, Mr. Mixon, Ms. Verdi, and Mr. Davis. Everyone else, please mute your line, please, because I'm having some problem with hearing you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, where are you currently employed, sir?
With the Alcohol Beverage Cannabis Administration.
How long have you worked at that agency, sir?
Going on 3 years now.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I visit local DC establishments who have an alcohol license to make sure that they are in compliance with the ABCA regulations.
Are you familiar with this establishment, sir? How are you familiar with the establishment?
I was assigned this protest back in the end of February, and I've also noticed Cloud Lounge while monitoring other establishments on 9th Street.
So you have a good familiarity of this establishment, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you written a case report?
Yes, I've written a protest report for Cloud Lounge.
And you have access to that report if you need to share your screen?
Yes.
All right, fine. Mr. Mixon, you have questions for the witness?
Yes, Investigator Davis, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, in your experience in investigating Cloud, did you observe any concerns with patron safety?
Not their safety, but I did observe no safety. No safety issues.
Thank you. Did you ever experience any excessive or noise that might give rise to peace, order, and quiet concerns?
Just from patrons on 9th Street. Some were in a line waiting to enter Cloud Lounge, but there were also other just patrons on 9th Street as well, in front of the apartment building, across the street on at other establishments, and in the middle of the street on like Fridays and days that I monitored on Friday and Saturday. They were in the middle of the street as well.
And just to confirm, following up on the last question, are you referring to other individuals who are
Just on 9th Street. 9th Street is it's a place where young people frequent, and they just hang out in the street, in front of the establishments, sit on cars. Just 9th Street seems to be the place where a lot of young people, maybe between the ages of 18 and 25, frequent.
Thank you. To continue to expand on that, how long have you been observing the 9th Street area?
We've had for maybe the last year, but it's more so when we get complaints on 9th Street, noise complaints, or just maybe assaults, or just simple assaults or things of that nature that take place on 9th Street at different establishments, or in front of certain establishments that might it might have stemmed from an establishment on 9th Street.
Did your observations include observing the interior of the establishment as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any peace, order, or quiet concerns while inside Cloud?
No.
Did you ever observe anything that might be related to like vehicular safety or concerns around the availability of parking?
No, for the most part, on 9th Street, the parking is pretty much first come, first serve. It's more so packed. I mean, it's like every space is more so accounted for on 9th Street.
But such first come, first serve as it may be, there are options for somebody.
If you get,
I'm sorry, just to finish the sentence. There are options for people to. Are there options for people to park if they were to patronize a business or work at a business in the area?
If you get there on time or before the establishment's open, but for the most part, it's with the people and the cars that's already on the street. It's pretty much, like I said, first come, first serve, but it's more so parking is very limited.
In your observation, did you observe any security personnel working at Cloud?
Yes.
And what was your assessment of the security operations?
Security, to my for me, did a pretty well job of maintaining order, maintaining the lines, um, making sure that they were patted down properly, making sure that no weapons entered the establishment, or I've even personally seen um, security um, turn away patrons who were seemed like they were overly intoxicated coming from a different establishment due to because a lot of the like I said, a lot of 18 to 25 or 18 to 30-year olds frequent um 9th Street, but a lot of people come from different establishments. They might come from a Epic Lounge or a different lounge, and because Cloud is open till 6 or can operate till 6 a.m., they come there and they are already intoxicated. And I've witnessed the security guard, the head security guard, um, turn away patrons who were overly intoxicated.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mm-hmm.
May I go, Mr. Chairman? Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Bird. That's one of the reasons I do not mute myself. I just realized that I was on mute, so I apologize. Go ahead, Ms. Birdie.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to jump in without.
No, I
in
did.
case-
My mouth, there was sounds coming out of my mouth, but because I was on mute, no one heard it. What I was saying. Go ahead, Bev.
Okay. And could I have access to put the investigator's report on the screen? It would just help as I question him if we could look at his report.
All right, that's fine. I can have him do his, or you can do yours, whichever one works best for you.
I have mine up if I can, if I have the ability to share.
All right, sure. Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Ms. Verdi to share her screen?
Access granted.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, let me just make sure I can still see. Okay. Hello, Investigator Davis. I'm Carrie Verdi. I am counsel for the protestants. How are you today?
Good in yourself.
Good. And I first of all want to start by thanking you. This is one of the most thorough reports that I have ever seen from an investigator. It's clear that you put a lot of time and energy into looking into this establishment. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to start, I would just have a few questions. In section 1 of your report, and when I said section 1, what I really meant was section 2, the characteristics of the neighborhood. Did you consider at all in writing this report and when looking at Cloud, whether or not it was inside the North Shaw moratorium zone?
No, I didn't know that they were in moratorium zone.
Okay. Now I'm going to scroll down to all the days and hours of the visits to the premises, and you had a number of them. And I want to focus on the visits that were in the extended hour period. So anytime after 2 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start with this visit here on February 28th, which started at 11 a.m. and went until 3:40 a.m. In the comments, you said that Cloud was monitored and an RI was conducted. What is an RI?
A RI is a I'm sorry, you got a regulatory inspection. I'm sorry.
Okay, and what is a regulatory inspection?
It you go into the establishment, you inspect the licenses, the ABCA license, as well as the certificate of occupancy, as well as the books and records for sales of where they purchase their alcohol. You inspect the kitchen area, the trash cans, the dumpsters, or who picks up the trash for the establishment, as well as making sure and ensuring that an ABC manager or owner is available and on site while alcohol is being served or consumed by patrons, as well as ensuring that the security is in place and um, that the cameras are operational and functional.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So for this visit, you did go inside of Cloud. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yep. And when you were inspecting the licenses, did you look to see if they had a Department of Health license for the service of food?
No, I didn't inspect that. I inspected the ABCA license as well as the certificate of occupancy.
Okay, and were you inside, you recall, before 2 a.m., or this was a Saturday, before 3 a.m. or after 3 a.m.?
I was in before 3 a.m.
Okay, at any time that you were investigating Cloud in order to prepare this report, did you ever attempt to purchase an alcoholic drink after 3 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday, or after 2 a.m. on a Sunday through Thursday?
No.
When you were inside of Cloud, is this the only visit where you went inside Cloud?
No, I went in on a few occasions just to, like I mentioned to the owner, to to let him know to make sure that the establishment was functioning by all ABCA regulations, as well as ensuring that they wasn't serving alcohol after 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. on a Friday
Okay, but you
or
never did.
Saturday.
Okay, but you never did an unannounced visit to attempt to purchase alcohol after hours?
No, ma'am.
In any of those visits, did anybody ever offer you a menu?
No, but I do believe that upon entry and going up the steps, if I'm not mistaken, there's like a chalkboard and it says what they offer or offering for the evening as far as food or what the specials might be.
Okay, and did you ever observe sort of more people eating than drinking? What was or was it more drinking, less eating?
Um, so like, let's just say from Monday on a from Sunday to Wednesday is very slow. They have slow days unless the weather's is good. Maybe one Tuesday the weather might have been good and they may have had a lot of patrons more than normal on a Tuesday. Friday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are their heavy nights, to where they might have a lot more patrons that want to visit the establishment.
And when there are a lot more patrons, are you saying it's a lot more patrons to sort of party and drink, or more patrons to eat?
I just think that it's more so just to socialize, just to hang out. Sometimes they might eat, sometimes some may have a drink, but I would say Sunday through Thursday is just socialize. Sunday through Wednesday is socializing. Maybe Thursday through Sunday it's to eat and drink. More so to drink than eat, because a lot of the patrons who visit after 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. are coming to eat.
right, you confused me there. I think you said there was more drinking than eating Thursday through Saturday. Is that right?
Because it's their prime time visiting hours. Like that's when uh the establishments have more visitors than during the week of Monday through Wednesday, or Monday through Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to turn back to your report. I got a little sidetracked. So
Okay.
on February 28th, you said that that Cloud Lounge had a large crowd and a rowdy line for most of the night. And so when you say a rowdy line, you're talking about the line of people to enter Cloud Lounge. Is that right?
It's a line to enter Cloud Lounge, and then it was a line, I believe, that they were like people who just come out and set up on 9th Street. They might be selling food, and they uh set up right in front of the apartment building, and then you don't know which line is associated with Cloud unless you walk up on the establishment, or the walk up to where the security has the little bar. They had the gates up to try to separate, but because so many people frequent on 9th Street on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you really can't distinguish which line is which line unless you get up and you go up on to the line where people are trying to enter, and then where they had um food and just people on cars. It's a lot that goes on 9th Street when when the weather's warm, and it's a lot when it's warm, and then they just have everybody out on 9th Street because that's where all the young people frequent.
But am I reading this accurately that you did observe a line after 3 a.m. of people waiting to enter Cloud?
A line of for Cloud, and a line just for the line to purchase some food from an outside vendor, and just people just hanging out just on in front of to the side of that apartment building.
Okay, so then there are also it sounds like other food. There are food options outside of Cloud Lounge, sort of late nights. So there's outside vendors set up that sell food
I
after 3
I
a.m.
just I've just noticed it on a Friday and a Saturday night, not
Okay.
not during the week. No.
Okay, I'd like to turn now to the March 6th entry at the bottom of this page. You were there from 2:20 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. And again, you said long lines, noise, or trash issues, heavy foot traffic along the side of the establishment. And so once again, I understand that there's a lot happening in 9th Street, but were these long lines, were some of the lines, at least part of it, a line of people waiting to enter Cloud Lounge?
Some of it was Cloud Lounge. Some of it was just people hanging behind the line, not even trying to enter Cloud Lounge, and it was people like from that apartment to that alley area hanging out, and in the middle of the street as well.
So kind of all around, in addition to the line of people waiting to enter Cloud.
Right. Cloud has their own line with a barricade or bar set up beside it, and then they had people, people behind the line, people to the side of the line who were engaged with the people who set up to purchase food.
Okay, thank you. And then if we turn to March 11th, at 2:05 to 3:07, you again monitored and saw that lines began forming around 2:30 a.m. Was this again a line kind of both for food and to enter Cloud Lounge?
No, if I'm not mistaken, March 11th was a weekday, and March 11th was a weekday, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check.
Yeah, that it was a Wednesday night.
Yeah, so that's just that was just a regular evening. The lines were just forming. They were, it was, they were leaving from one establishment, coming to Cloud to gain entry.
Okay, so this one was only to gain entry into Cloud Lounge because they were still open. Is that right?
Right, because they're the only establishment, as well as another establishment that's across the street that operates till 6 a.m. But on a Wednesday night, it's just a line. That's it.
And so there was a line to enter Cloud Lounge at 2:30 a.m.
Yes.
On a Wednesday night. Okay,
Yes.
and then if we go to the next day, which is March 12th, so that would have been a Thursday night, you again said lines began to form around 2:30 and continued to form. This is from 1:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. Is this another example of lines forming sort of after
Just
2 a.m.?
just to enter, because the establishments during from Sunday to Thursday can only operate till 2 a.m. Again, Cloud can operate till 6. So therefore, they're like as soon as people leave in establishments on 9th Street, they go right across the street and begin to get in line to enter Cloud because they can go to another establishment.
Thank you. And then if we go a little further down to March 19th, from 12:45 a.m. to 2:49 a.m., and I can say March 19th was a Thursday night. You said there's heavy traffic between Cloud and Unity Lounge with patrons going back and forth. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that Unity was just granted a license to operate until 6 a.m. in February of this year?
Yes.
So can you describe then what now happens or what you observed happening on that Thursday night as between Cloud and Unity's patrons?
Just if they, so from my understanding, Unity charges people to come in after they have a cover charge. So they might charge anywhere between $20 and $50. Where is it to Cloud? They don't charge for their after hours, and they just allow patrons to come in. So sometimes it might be they go across the street to see if they can gain entry into Unity, or they might just be going back and forth between Cloud and Unity.
So these were loud, I guess, sort of, let's say, medium range of foot traffic, both in front of Cloud and Unity from 2:45 until 10 to 3 a.m. on a Thursday night?
Yes, this is just people, and it's more so people hanging out in the middle of the street of 9th Street.
Okay.
But they
and if-
might be, or they might just be they might just be standing in front of a Unity Lounge or Cloud Lounge, not even trying to gain entry, but just being out there. And when I say Cloud, I mean because I know that I've seen security make sure that their front entry is clear. People then might just move over to in front of the apartment building,
And,
or
I-
over to near the alley area.
and you know if these are people that were patrons of Cloud or were waiting to get into Cloud?
It's because it's so, like I said, like I'm going to keep reiterating, there's so many people that hang out on Ninth Street. You can't distinguish where they're coming from. Only if, like me, just being there monitoring the situation, like I can see, okay, these people are coming from Unity or these people are coming from Cloud, but sometimes you can't even distinguish because there's so many people. They're just out there hanging from, it might be from Nelly's in front of, like, it might be just a bunch of people on the corner of Ninth and U in front of Nelly's, or they might be on the other side. I believe that's apartment building as well. It's two apartment buildings, one before the alley and one after the alley, and it's just people that's just standing, socializing in the area.
Okay, and let me look at one more on April 17th, so very recently, from 2:40 a.m. to 3:40. You said Cloud had a long line of patrons trying to gain entry, and foot traffic down the block extended all the way to neighboring ABCA licensed establishments in the street. And in the establishment in the alley, there were a lot of patrons. So is this an example? It's a Friday night of a long line of people waiting to get into Cloud after hours.
So it was a line of people again on a Friday night. Yes, behind their barricade there's a line, and then on the other side of their barricade or in front of the apartment building, there's just a group of people. And because I was trying to get on to Ninth Street, I had to go through the alley, and I noticed that there were a bunch of people that were hanging in the alley, as well as um coming through the alley. There was a bunch of people that were in the alley that I can't say for sure were a part of Cloud Lounge or not, but it's just a bunch of people that were hanging out in front of, hanging out on between Ninth Street and the alley. Like I said, up and down Ninth Street, you would think times it don't even have to be associated with the establishment. It's just a bunch of people that just frequent in the street, just hang out in the street.
But in addition to the people hanging out in the street, there is still at this late hour a line of people also waiting to gain entry into Cloud, right?
Yes, but to say the least, the line is controlled. Like people are just standing there waiting to gain entry. They're being searched. They're, you know, or maybe being turned away, either or. But it, um, yes, it is a line.
Okay. And at the end here, you said that there was a lot that ABCA investigators monitored Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge from February 26th through April 30th. There was a lot of traffic and disturbing factors for the residents next door. Do you see that?
Yes, and I said that because the residents who I interviewed sent me pictures of things that were disturbing to them, as far as patrons who had thrown up in front of their front door, or just their concerns, and I can understand their concerns as far as if it's a line in front of the door or people coming out, because their concerns were that there were people that were coming out of the establishment at late hours when they're trying to catch flights, they're trying to go walk their dog or get ready for work. They stated how the disturbing, how those things disturb them.
And would you agree, knowing the standard for peace, order, and quiet, that those things that they raised to you, which included the line of patrons in front of their door, does affect the peace, order, and quiet of those neighbors living in that building?
I understand what they're saying.
Okay. And then I want to turn to your section on peace, order, and quiet. You wrote here that during each visit, Investigator Davis monitored Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge and observed patrons and foot traffic ranging from minimal to heavy. Investigator Davis observed individuals lingering for long periods of time in front of the business. Monitoring was conducted to assess the activity near the establishment. ABCA investigators observed loitering, some criminal activity, heavy foot traffic, and trash left outside, to which all of these attributes contribute to the concerns of peace, order, and quiet. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you did find throughout this, all these times that you observed, you observe things that negatively affect the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood. Is that right?
Yes, but it's up and down Ninth Street. It's not just one particular establishment that I know I can't say is Cloud Lounge is the reason for um all of these things. No, I cannot say that. What I can say is that between Monday and Wednesday, it's minimal foot traffic, it's minimal patrons down in front of the establishments. Now you get a Wednesday where there's good weather. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then it's going to be um heavy foot traffic. There's going to be a lot of patrons up and down Ninth Street. Um, for example, last night it was Cinco de Mayo, and there was a lot of foot traffic and a lot of people just up and down U Street to Ninth Street, just a bunch of people. But that's not to say that you can blame it on one establishment. No.
Right. But I'd like to focus on Cloud and all of these nights that you observed it. You did observe lines of people, including Sunday through Wednesday, waiting to enter Cloud Lounge, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you did observe loitering in front of Cloud Lounge?
Maybe on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they were loitering by the apartment building. Yes.
And when you say the apartment building, you're talking about the building immediately adjacent to Cloud Lounge, right?
I'm talking about from the corner of Ninth Street all the way to that 1923 building.
Yes. Okay. So we're talking about the same one. And that line of people waiting to enter Cloud Lounge 7 days a week forms right in front of the doorway to enter that building, right?
Not right in front of, but it sometimes can, depending on the night, maybe on a Friday or Saturday, the line can get long enough to reach the apartment building.
And you observe trash left outside of Cloud Lounge, right?
Not just outside to the trash that I witnessed was from the um from the from the from the group, the party who sent me the pictures of the trash that was left in front of the building.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. I want to go to page 12 of your report, this record search. You said that you spoke with Denise Stutson of the Office of Unified Communications. And what is the Office of Unified Communications?
It's where we request the calls for service, where they make the calls to is where we call to get the service of how many people may have called for noise complaint or call 911 or an assault that may have took place in or around an establishment.
Okay, and in this report, you found that specific to 1919 9th Street, which is Cloud's address, correct?
Yes.
In the last year, there were 4 calls, a miscellaneous, an assault, a 911, and a property damage?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the noise task force, same question. Can you tell me what the noise task force is?
It's the ABCA line where community members can call in to report. They can call in to report noise complaints or any complaint that they're having against an establishment, an applicant establishment.
Okay, and over the last year, 14 calls were made with respect to Cloud Lounge, calls made to that line, is that right?
Correct.
So more than one a month? Is that right? Yeah, 14 complaints in a year, is that right?
Yes. So 14 complaints over the last year.
Okay, and 5 of those all were related to after hours issues, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now I just want to look at this investigative history. I see here in February 8th, 2026, there's a case for operating outside of approved hours.
Correct.
And the board, and then it just shows that it was forwarded to the OAG for show cause. Do you know what happened with respect to that case?
Miss, I am going to raise an objection to that, Miss Verdi. You know exactly where it is. This case, it's on the investigative
I
history.
actually don't know. That's why I asked.
It's on the investigative history. It has not been adjudicated as yet. So let's move on. That's exactly what that means because it has not been adjudicated. So therefore, we don't need to. If you want to ask him about the case itself, but he's unable to respond what it is if it doesn't state on his report.
Okay, so there's a case pending then for operating outside of approved hours. Is that what that means?
Correct.
But in the second one, in July of 2025, there was also a case for operating outside of approved hours, correct?
Correct.
And in that one, Cloud received 2 fines, a $1,000 fine for operating outside of approved hours and for the second charge, failing to file a settlement agreement. Is that right?
Failed to follow.
And did you read the ABCA investigator report that with respect to that second case and know that it's about the sale of alcohol after hours?
I did not read it, but I do. I have knowledge of what the violation was. Yes.
And is it true that the violation for operating outside of approved hours was because Cloud was selling alcohol after the approved hours?
If that's yes. If that's what rating outside of approved hours, yes.
And other than a fine, are you aware of whether Cloud received any other form of punishment for that?
I'm not aware of.
Okay, and I have one final question. I'm going to go to page 38 of your report. Is this a picture from the inside of Cloud Lounge?
Yes.
And do you know when this picture was taken?
I believe I took it the night I visited, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and so this would have been before 2 a.m. when they are still licensed to sell alcohol?
Yes, when that's one thing that I do was checking in on once 2:30 or anytime after 2 a.m. on a Sunday through Thursday, they take the bottles down off of the bar area.
Okay, and do you know what time that?
They remove them. The owner informed me that I believe they removed them between 1:45 is the last call, and they begin removing the bottles from the bar area.
Great. And just quickly here, just looking at there's just a little bit of the bar. I didn't see any evidence of any food or plates. Do you recall seeing any evidence of food that at the time that you took this picture?
No.
Okay. Thanks for all your time today and all the time you put into this report. I have no further questions.
Thank
Close your screen for me, please, Ms. Vardy. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, good afternoon, investigator. Mr. Davis. So you you took the photo that she just showed, that exhibit of the bar. When you were you ever inside of the bar after the hours that they were supposed to cease alcohol sales?
I have been in, yes.
And was the bar, was the
Empty.
liquor bottles in view at that time?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And when you witnessed these lines on the many, many occasions that you visited the establishment, did you obtain any photos of the line?
I didn't take any photos, but what I can say to the line is that they were checked. Like I said, they were checked. They were thoroughly checked as far as giving pat search, thoroughly checked, and the lines did kind of move not fast, but they were thoroughly checked, and the lines, let's just say maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, the lines were they they were non-existent after they were everybody was pat searched in the line or turned away.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, not just that establishment, but all the other activities that you were testifying to today of the street itself. Just to let you know, I personally believe that each investigator should have a body-worn camera when they visit the establishment. And I think because it would cut down on he said, she said kind of activities.
Correct.
And but I thank you for your report, and but maybe next time take a couple of pictures outside so that we can experience what you're experiencing. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the input.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for your testimony today.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have a good day. All right, thank you.
You too. You too.
Mr. Mixon, how many more witnesses do you have, sir?
2, Mr. Chair.
The parties wish to take a break, a 10-minute break now, or should I wait until it's 2 witnesses?
I would be fine, just 5, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm going to take a break. Well, let me. It's 3:10, so let me take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 3:20. So we're off the record until 3:20. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
We're back in the record. Miss Verdi, how many witnesses do you have?
4.
Ooh. I'm
That
trying to
didn't
get this.
sound good.
I'm trying to get this done today. All right, Mr. Mixon, who's your next witness?
Applicant calls Ronald Scott, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Scott, can you raise your right hand, sir, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, all right, I'll just leave it alone. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Scott, thank you for being here. Can you please start by letting us know what your connection to Cloud is?
My connection to Cloud is I'm head of security operations at Cloud.
Okay. How long have you worked for Cloud?
For Cloud, approximately 10 months.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What experience do you have in security?
My background's pretty much 20 years experience, like I've stated before, to a couple familiar faces. I've worked numerous DC venues, from restaurants to performing venues to just bar and lounges. So I'm pretty experienced in the nightlife.
And so does your position as head of security involve supervising other security personnel?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many do you supervise?
At Cloud, currently at the moment, 7.
That's 7 in total.
Yes.
How
At
many?
Cloud.
How many would be working on a Friday or Saturday night?
At Cloud on a Friday, Saturday night, it would be 7 of us total, 6 plus myself.
Very thorough. Are you responsible for training the security?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about the kind of procedures or principles you train them on?
I pretty much train in just pet downs, ID checks. My pet downs are pretty thorough, from, past histories of being in venues and not working the door, and, things are happening inside and you notice that shouldn't have got in. So, my integrity is intact at the door, so I make sure everybody's held to the same standard. I go by the treat the janitor like you treat the CEO theme, so it's pretty much fair with me at the door. My staff, same way. We thorough. We don't care if you're uncomfortable with our pet downs. If you refuse our pet downs, we turn you away. Same with ID checks. We barely take phone IDs. Phone IDs are pretty much at discretion of, if I look at you and I can tell, you're definitely 40 years plus of you're of age. It's at my discretion. Yeah, I might. But we very rarely do that. Anything under my 35-year range, I need to know who you are, no exceptions. Same. If you can't provide the proper ID, me and my staff will turn you away as well.
Can you tell us about what you would train personnel to do with respect to conflict resolution?
Well, conflict resolution, for one, we never go anything by ourselves. Once again, we assess the situation. If the situation is physical, like I said, we never go in by ourselves. But if we see a verbal confrontation happen, we tend to step in, introvert ourselves into it to make sure nothing goes further, while calling for additional security personnel to back you, just in case anything transpires after or during.
Um, and can you give us a layout of kind of how you position your security personnel throughout the establishment?
We have 2 at the door, which would predominantly be me and a female security that conducts female pat downs, because obviously I can't. I have 1 sitting at the top of the steps, to clear that easeway to push the traffic that is coming into the venue. I have one by the DJ booth. I have one by main bar, and I have one roaming the floor. And if I can get an extra body in, I will have two bodies roaming the floor.
And does that cover any area where alcoholic beverages might be served or consumed?
Yes, the whole upstairs would be covered where alcohol is consumed because we really try not to let them down the stairs with alcohol. It happens, because I mean, if the staff got to step off doing a patrol, he can't always be, but that also leads for me and my female security at the door to stop all alcohol beverages from leaving out.
Um, and in terms of timing, does your work and the work of the personnel you supervise include after 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and after 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday?
Well, from Monday to Wednesday, I'm mainly there by myself. Thursday through Sunday is when the rest of my staff is there. It's pretty much slow. If I have my female security available, it's normally me and her, 7 days a week. But if, she also works another job. So if I can't get another female in, I'll conduct, certain pat downs where as though I'll just ask the women, kind of open your jacket, let me touch your pockets on your jacket, make sure you're clear. Outside of that, I can't do nothing physical. So
Does
that's
that
how
include
we go about it
searching?
that time.
Does that include searching of bags?
Yes, also definitely includes searching bags, jackets, book bags, purses, anything that can contain a weapon outside of being on your person as a woman.
At these later hours, is entry to the establishment conditioned on showing an ID, showing you're 21 years or older?
Those conditions are not just for, after hours. Those are conditions for just the whole establishment of being 21 and older. So we conduct that 24/7 whenever we're open.
Thank you. Is Cloud equipped with security cameras?
Yes, sir. Off the top of my head, I believe it's approximately 8 to 10 cameras.
Thank you. And what's the procedure for if a weapon, alcoholic beverage, controlled substance, anything is identified during the course of a entry search?
Well, like I once spoke before, we're not in the field of apprehending people with weapons. All we can do is turn them away. Like once I said before, MPD pretty much sits on the 9th Street corridor on pretty much the predominantly busy nights. So I'm pretty sure they observe, us turning people away. It's their discretion if they want to pursue and see why. But we can't notify them like, hey, this guy, it's more of a safety risk for us. So we
But
just,
to clarify, if I may, does that involve barring entry?
yeah, definitely. Definitely. They're done. It's a verbal bar because it's something you don't want to spend too much time on dealing with the person with, a weapon on them. So, it's just a verbal bar. Hey, got to deny you entry tonight, and for future endeavors, can't allow you back in, man. And most of the time they understand, but most of the time they don't. But they're not gonna give you a big, hoorah out there with MPD standing right there. So they just kind of leave the front of my door, and that's the end of that.
Can you
I write it
describe?
down.
Sorry,
I'm
moving
sorry.
on.
I write it down in my incident book, and we go from there just to cover my end of it, and we go there.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very thorough, especially the incident report. What procedures do you use to ensure a kind of an orderly queue for entry to the establishment?
Say that one more time.
What do you do to maintain entry, queuing, lining up for entry to the establishment?
We have a guardrail that's about 6 to 7 feet. We can't do a double rail because it'll block the residents next door, which is the complaint that we have in now. And if I can speak on that, with that, I'm very efficient with my line. It's a safety thing with me, so I'm not going to rush my line when it's that many people at my door, that can kind of get most security flustered, and it's just they go to rushing people in and not being thorough with pat downs. So I'm very efficient. I'm not going to rush my line to get people in to clear a door. I do have sorry about that. I do have my security in place to do crowd control out front to make sure that the resident next door at 1923 has access. And when it comes down to the littering thing outside, I myself clean up every night. I know it's not my responsibility because the city has to do that, but just because of where we are and the neighbors we have, I do see the complaints. So I take it upon myself, and I and my staff get out there at the end of the night, or when we can, once the lines slow up, I'll grab the trash can and I'll get out there, pick the trash up from next door all the way down to the end of 1923, just to kind of ease that quarrel between the venue and the residents next door. Even with the vomiting thing, we have no issues. Like I said, people come out of people come out of the venues, not just our venue, other venues. It's so many on that block, whereas though that can be just their next spot coming into us. They're in our line, they happen to vomit, we push them out of line. But as soon as that happens, the faster we can get that up, we get to it. Person might have caught a
Thank
picture
you.
before we got to it. I'm sorry, but we take pride in our job at that door with cleaning and making sure that the venue is safe and respectful for the residents next door.
I appreciate that, and thank you for anticipating further questioning. Since you are often stationed at the door, are familiar with what's happening outside, what can you tell us about kind of pedestrian activity or people standing on 9th Street at extended hours? Is there people standing outside generally?
Yeah, the 9th Street corridor, I've noticed since I've been back up there, I've noticed it's very popular with all demographics, from young, middle-aged, old. You're going to get a little bit of, it's a mixing bowl. So no matter what day of the week it is, you're going to get a crowd in that 9th Street corridor. Why? Because it's so many different venues in that 9th Street corridor. At one point in time, that was the party corridor for the college kids. It was, now it's still the same with just, it's more venues being put up, whereas though it's going to bring in more business, it's going to bring in more crowds, but you can't fault businesses for creating a service that everyone wants. Those things are going to happen. We just have to bottle it up and make sure on our end we're all good. And I believe that's what we've been doing at Cloud One Lounge.
Are there people who spend extended amounts of time?
Yeah, it's a lot of loitering.
Let me finish the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Who might spend extended amount of periods of time congregating, maybe in front of neighboring businesses, on the 9th Street sidewalk generally, in neighboring alleys or in the street, congregating on that block for reasons unrelated to Cloud?
Yes, a lot. Like I said, it's a popular street. It's not just Cloud traffic. It's numerous businesses. So within the hours of 5 p.m. to 4 or 5 a.m., you're liable to get foot traffic between 4 to 5 different businesses. And being as though, Cloud is, we come with the food after certain hours, that's how that line gets out of place. People come in, once one venue closes, I can go to Cloud, grab some food and still listen to some music, for the next hour or so. So, why not? Come grab you some food, come listen to some good music, have a good night.
Thank you. That's all very helpful context. In your experience, are you aware of any whether there's been any ABCA violations at Cloud for anything safety related?
Safety related, I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything on my end.
Are you aware of any incidences that, in your experience, that you or your personnel have responded to that have required emergency services, need of police services?
No, not at Cloud Lounge directly. I mean, it's been incidents outside where You know, they came up where, you know, we're helping people who's intoxicated just off the, you know, this guy looked like he needs help. He couldn't even have to come out of our venue. It could have been somewhere else, but it's just the humanity thing to do. You know, you see a person in distress, you go to help. That's what we're here for. We security. So, you know, we attend to them, and we might actually call an ambulance and give them our address because it's the closest thing there. So sometimes that kind of falls back on us when we're trying to help someone else, and it becomes an incident reported at our venue. So,
If
you
I
know,
may clarify, I was trying to speak to, have there been any kind of patron conduct, anything that happened in the interior that has necessitated an
but
emergency?
SPD, no.
Okay, thank you. But I'm sensitive to, I understand that there's larger environmental factors, of course. Are you aware of any issues that have arisen from the establishment when it's operating entirely as a restaurant?
Not to my knowledge.
Can you tell us about what procedures your security might play in transitioning the establishment from the sale of alcohol during approved hours to after the sale of alcohol when those approved hours have ended?
Yes, my floor staff who's upstairs from bar, DJ, everyone, you know, about 1:45, we started to go around making the last call and letting people know, hey, look, you got to finish your drinks. You got, you know, 15 minutes by 2 a.m. We need all drinks done. Um, you can get soft drinks or, you know, soda, mocktails at the bar, but all alcoholic beverages have to be finished by 1:45 or 2:45, depending on if it's a Friday or Saturday.
Do the lights come on, or is there kind of an announcement?
Yes, lights come on, and like I said, lights come on, and staff, we walk around, make sure, you know, everyone don't, you know, leave with the cups, or they either finishing them right then and there. We don't give the whole look, you guys got to finish them up. You got a time limit. Lights stay on for approximately 10 to 12 minutes while we making our rounds. It doesn't really take long. The venue is that big where, you know, it's going to take long to clear, you know, cups, but we make a nice round, make sure everybody is done drinking, let them know that at the moment we're only serving food, mocktails, soft drinks, and dim the lights. DJ is gone. We put the house music on and just put on a playlist, and periodically either bartender or the manager will go up and change the playlist on it.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Ms. Verdi?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. How are you today?
I'm well. Good afternoon, Ms. Verdi.
So it sounds to me like the security at Cloud Lounge is really highly dependent on your expertise and your presence. Is that fair to say?
No, I believe they can operate without me being there because my training is the same training I received. So I feel confident that without me being there, my team can still get the job done. But being as though that the 9th Street corridor is a busy corridor, I prefer to be at Cloud Lounge to make sure everything runs smoothly.
And how often are you at Cloud Lounge?
I'm at Cloud Lounge 7 days a week.
Now, a few weeks ago, you testified that you're also the head of security at YOLO.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you're also,
I travel
if I
between the
could
two.
just finish my question.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. My
Mr.
apologies.
Scott,
Okay.
Mr. Scott, wait for her to finish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My apologies.
So if you are present at Cloud Lounge 7 days a week, how often are you present at YOLO?
I frequent YOLO at least 3 to 4 times a week, being as though the range is approximately 4 blocks. I staff both, so I have to check up on my staff nightly. So I would pretty much say yes, I'm at both.
So you are not always at Cloud Lounge when it is open, correct?
When it's open and I have another one of my staff members there where I can take 30 minutes or an hour to go check on another venue that I staff, which is also YOLO, yes, I take that time, make sure everything's good with my staff, make sure the protocol is good, and I make my way directly back down to Cloud Lounge.
So you only, just so I understand, you only ever spend about an hour at YOLO and all your other time is at Cloud?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I check in. You know, some days it might be an hour, some days it might be a few, depending on if I'm needed more at YOLO or if I'm needed more at Cloud. That's in my job description of being the person that staffs the security. I have to check in at numerous venues, not just one.
So when you said you take it upon yourself to make sure that, say, at the end of the night, litter is cleaned up, if you are at a different venue, then that wouldn't be something you're doing at Cloud Lounge, right?
If I'm not doing it at Cloud Lounge, I make sure that my staff follows the same protocols that I do.
And when did you start working at Cloud Lounge?
I've been at Cloud Lounge approximately 10 months.
Were you?
I've been working Cloud under a different company before. Once I guess the company and him parted ways, being as though I was the predominantly security there for the previous security team, he kept me on, and I've been working close with him and the other owners to maintain the safety of the establishment.
Were you working at Cloud Lounge on June 28th, 2025?
I don't recall, ma'am. It could possibly be a day I took off and did some family type. Don't recall that day off the top of my head.
But whether you were there or not, you would say your security in place should still have implemented all the policies and procedures that you discussed today.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that on June 28th, 2025, there's an MPD report that an individual left Cloud Lounge and then proceeded to fire a gun in the neighborhood?
No, ma'am. I was not aware of that.
So if that were to have happened, then there was a breakdown in the security procedures because somebody was in Cloud Lounge with a gun.
Um, I would say yes to that, but that would also go into hearsay because MPD could say that person came out. If that person came out with a weapon, why didn't MPD apprehend that person instead of let that person go off and fire a weapon and then say that person came out of Cloud? That doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'm not asking about MPD. I'm just saying,
I'm
if there was a report that says somebody exited Cloud Lounge with a firearm, that would be evidence that the security procedures could have broken down at Cloud, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I would have to agree to that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How about July 27th, 2025? Were you working that day?
Not off the top of my head, I can't give you an answer on that.
Okay, but whether you were there or not, the security staff should be implementing all of these robust policies and procedures that you just testified about, right?
For the most part, yes.
And are you aware that there has been a finding admitted to by the owner of your establishment that on that day, alcohol was being sold after hours?
I have no knowledge of that.
So nobody has ever talked to you about the fact that there was a finding of after hour sales of alcohol?
At that point in time, I probably wasn't the lead security in that, so it would probably was talked to the prior security team lead. So I have no recollection of that.
Okay, so that was July 27th of 2025. So that's less than 10 months ago, right?
I I I said approximately. I didn't give a direct 10 months. I said approximately. So around that time, I would still say it's a possibility that it was still under the other security company, whereas though I wasn't team lead, where that would fall on me.
Okay, nobody's ever talked to you about that finding to ensure that that did not.
If I wasn't the team lead at that time, it wouldn't come to me anyway. It would go to the head of security at that moment.
Okay, how about February 8th, 2026? Were you working that day?
February 8th, 2026. No, that's the weekend of my kid's birthday. So I know for sure I wasn't working that weekend.
Okay, are you aware that there is an ongoing investigation as into possible operating after hours on that date?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And what do you know about what the allegations of that day?
Just from what I was told it was just we had a DJ supposed to be playing after the time he was supposed to be. That's all I got of that.
Okay, and so so there was potentially a violation of your security protocols when you were not present. Is that right?
If you want to speculate that, I couldn't argue that. So yes.
Okay, you also said there's a 6 to 7 foot long guardrail outside of Cloud Lounge. Is that right?
It's movable. You can I'll take it up and place it. So yes.
And is that because there's regularly a line of people waiting to enter Cloud Lounge?
It's more so for dividing our business traffic from the sidewalk traffic to keep, a nice easeway.
Okay, is there regularly a line of people waiting to enter Cloud Lounge?
I mean, yes, our business, we serve what they want. We give that atmosphere, great DJs, great food. Even though the menu might not be this robust menu where it's what everybody wants. It's that, yeah, I'm drinking and boom, I need some fried food. Let's get some chicken. Let's get some. It might seem not as a wow factor to the outside looking in, but if you're an avid drinker and you're partying, you want food. So the chicken wings and the tenders and the fries and the tacos and we did have salmon at one point, not anymore because of the price thing on it, but we create a vibe whereas though it's where people want to be. So our line's going to sometimes, be long. Our line, it's food after everywhere else is closed. Everyone don't want pizza at 3 a.m. Some people want that fried food. And like they said, around that corridor, outside of pizza, we're the only thing that's pretty much predominantly still selling fried food. So to come in and get your fried food, listen to some music for the last hour, it's kind of creates that outside dynamic for the confusion of overcrowding, should I say, outside.
Okay, so it's a long answer. I just want to make sure that the answer to my question was given, and it is that there is regularly a long line or a line of people waiting to enter your establishment because of, as you said, the vibe that you create. People want to be
It
there, right?
it depends on what you consider long lines.
Is there a line of people regularly waiting to enter Cloud Lounge?
We have people frequent our venue, yes.
And
The line varies. Some days it might be long, some days it might not be. It's not a constant, like it's a constant 24/7 problem. But some days, like our predominantly day, Thursday through Saturday, people come out and frequent the U Street corridor more often than they would do a Sunday through Wednesday.
right, and your establishment and now Unity are the only places. You said that there's so many venues in the 9th Street corridor. That was a quote from you. But it's only Cloud and Unity open until 6 a.m., right?
We don't stay open until 6 a.m. We haven't stayed open until 6 a.m. in a while. Far as
Oh,
I've been there, we haven't stayed open until 6 a.m. in a while.
so
We
when
we
you
can stay open until 6 a.m., but we don't stay open until 6 a.m.
okay, when do you usually close?
5 on Friday, Saturday, 3:30 on Sunday through Wednesday, maybe hit or miss 4 a.m., 3:30, 4 a.m. on Thursday. It depends on the crowd traffic. If it's slow, we're gonna close early. If it's busy, of course, we're gonna stay open and serve food as much as we can. But by 3 a.m., on a Friday, Saturday is when our food line picks up because everywhere else around us is starting to close. So of course it's going to look like, oh, that line is very busy. Yeah, that line is very busy because everyone's leaving venues that's been drinking. Now they're trying to come feed the alcohol and get some food. So if they come to my line intoxicated, you're out of the line. It don't matter if you need the food or not. But our lines are created because the food after 3 a.m., we're pretty much one of the only spots you can get food in that corridor.
Okay, so there are lines after hours,
It depends every now and then. Yes.
but staying open till 6 doesn't sound like is really that important to the business.
I mean, if you have, it is important, but if you still have bills to pay and the food sales slow, it's no need of staying open and creating more of a financial burden on yourself when you can just, all right, cut your losses at that point. Hey guys, let's get out of here and go home. It makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. So it sounds like, and I just want to make sure I got this right, that you regularly close, you said maybe around 3 a.m., kind of Sunday through Thursday, and then maybe 4:35 on the other days?
No, like I said, from Sunday to Wednesday about 3:30, 4 a.m. Thursday about 4 a.m. and on out Friday, Saturday about 5 at the latest. And I mean, when I say closing, I don't mean people who are still in at 5 a.m. I mean, everyone is out of the venue by 5 a.m. except staff.
Okay, so you said like 5 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays, about 4:30 on Thursday, and the rest of the days about
No,
3.
about 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock on Thursdays, and about 3:30, 4 o'clock Sunday through Wednesday. So you can give Sunday through Thursday about the same time.
Okay, Mr. Scott, it was nice to see you again. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Thanks. Any questions by any board member? Any questions by any board members?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Scott, you were asked a couple of questions about the financial cost benefit of staying open later to serve food or to not serve food. Are you best positioned to speak to the financial positioning of Cloud for its food sales and the hours it stays open?
No, sir. I can only speculate, being as though I'm the door security, where as though I'm mainly sectioned at the door. So that's just speculation off of when I know end of the night we go upstairs and it's just a lot of just to go, because most of them at night when they come in, they want the food in it to go. It's just so many to go containers, just either on the tables or in the trash bin. So it's kind of like, all right. So, once again, that's why head business is good for food and, you know, late night music.
And the follow-up question to that is, because you do see the flow of traffic of people through the doors, you being there, and tell me, you are there 7 days a week.
I'm basically at Cloud 7 days a week, but I do tend to go to another check on one of my sites for maybe an hour or a couple hours, but I always finish back out at Cloud and check on everything else.
So between the hours of these extended hours, are you there more often than not?
Yes, I never leave my post after 2 a.m. So whenever lights come on, I'm always on site at Cloud. So I'm the one who has the door shut down. I go upstairs, I make the last call, I make sure me and my team go through with drinks and taking everything, making sure everybody finishing their drinks, clearing out, all the drinks that's left on behind on the table so people can't pick those up. And so it's pretty much crowd control, alcohol control, make sure the DJs are, not playing, they're out of the DJ booth, and then we go in-house music from there.
And then as far as are there days of the week which the after hours for food is more popular than others? Meaning
It would,
Monday through Wednesday are light, but Thursday through Sunday, the after hours food picks up.
it depends on the surrounding venues that have certain venues will have a popular person there that night. So a Sunday through Wednesday could be up in the air. It might be a good Wednesday, and then the next week we might have a great Wednesday because another venue had a special guest, and the venue closed, and we get their crowd come to us. So, but to answer that question directly, our great days would honestly be our Thursday through Saturday, which would be the busy days up the U Street corridor.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No problem. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Verdi, do you have any questions as a witness based on the questions that were asked by board member Jones?
I do not. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Mixon?
Briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Scott, in that you perform management duties at these two establishments, do you have the capacity to be in contact and maintain awareness of either establishment's operations? If you were outside of Cloud managing the other, would you be able to be aware and in communication with the people back at Cloud?
Yes, I'm always in full contact with my staff from all my venues that, even, outside of this whole nightlife, I'm always in constant contact with staff.
Thank you. And then with respect to any length of the line, what relationship does that have to your thoroughness of your search procedure?
Could you reiterate that question, please?
How could searching and screening of patrons result in a long line?
Time. To screen a patron, to make sure, for weapons and everything, to thoroughly do it, you're going to take a little bit more time than you would do just checking the ID and passing them on.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. No further questions.
Mr. Scott, thank you for your testimony today. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. Who's the next witness?
That's Antony.
Mr. Antony, can you come on camera, please? I know that's not.
That is Miss Antony, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello.
This is not the owner. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. That's why I was, all right, I was thinking that was the person that you were calling. I apologize. All right, ma'am, can you can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So can you have her spell and state her name for the record, please, sir?
Miss Antony, would you please spell and state your name aloud?
Okay. Messehet Antana, Metsehet, Antana, Anteneh.
Thank you. May I begin, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Antana, what experience, actually, let me back up. What is your relationship to Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge?
I am a general manager for Cloud One Lounge.
And how long have you worked there?
I've worked at Cloud about a year and a half, a year and 5 months.
She said a year or 8. Which one?
1 year and 5 months.
1.5 years, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, what?
About 1.5 years.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Ms. Antona, can you just give us your description of your background, please? What prior experience do you have as management or in restaurants or nightlife establishments generally?
Before Cloud, I have been a bartender for the past 5 years.
And can you just give us a brief description of what some of your job duties and responsibilities are?
I am responsible for managing the daily operations of Cloud One Lounge. That includes hiring employees, training staffs, and making sure we all follow the ABCA rules and regulations.
So I think you mentioned hiring, training employees. Can you just tell us a little bit about how you would, what would you train them on?
I help train on customer service and how they can follow the ABCA rules and regulations, as I said.
And can you just tell us a little bit about what are some of the things that Cloud serves in its beverage and food options?
We serve food, alcoholic beverages, and non-alcoholic beverages.
Was that last thing non-alcoholic beverages? Sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Going to present a piece of evidence for her identification.
Mr. Or are you trying to share your screen, sir?
I am, Mr. Chair. I have access.
Oh, you said what? Well, I wasn't aware that you have access, so because you didn't ask for access. So do you have access, sir?
I do. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Ms. Austin, can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah.
And could you tell us what we're looking at? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this is our food menu and the mocktails and the soft drinks menu. Each have different price, as you can see, and each have a different price at each time. We have happy hours, we have regular hours, and after 2 or 3, we have only mocktails, soft drinks, and foods.
Could you identify, for the benefit of the written record, some of the food items that are listed here?
Can you say that again?
Can you just read off some food items that are listed on this menu?
Yes, we have chicken wings, as you can see. We have chicken tender and fries. We have tilapia. We have steak plates. We have sometimes shrimp baskets. And we have mocktails and soft drinks.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think a foundation is laid. Applicant will move for the admission of Exhibit 1.
Ms. Verdi?
No objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to cease sharing the screen. Okay, board's indulgence, returning to my notes. Okay. So I believe you may have gone to this, but I just want to restate, Ms. Thompson. What is Cloud's kind of business model when it after 2 a.m. on a Sunday through Thursday, or after 3 a.m. on Monday and Saturday?
We on those Sunday to Thursday after 2, and Friday and Saturday after 3 a.m. We only provide foods and, as I said, mocktails and energy drinks like Red Bull and soft drinks. At around 1:45 to 45, we turn on the lights. We removed all alcoholic beverages from the bar, from the customers, and around 2, 3, we transition to selling only foods.
And how, I guess, how important is the sale of food to the establishment's business model?
It's very important for Cloud because if we stop selling food after 2, 3, it significantly reduce our revenue to cover our operation cost. That will eventually force us to close the business and to let go of our employees.
Thank you. And can you just tell us a little bit about mocktails? Like, what is the recipe, or what is the what is a mocktail, I guess, is a good starting place.
Yeah, so a mocktail is a non-alcoholic beverage. We mainly have three mocktails that we make it with orange juice, apple juice with sparkling water, or you mix it with simple syrup. It depends on the customer wants. Yeah.
Are there any mocktails that would have overlapping ingredients with, say, a traditional alcoholic cocktail?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Do mocktails have ingredients that you would find in a cocktail you would serve as part of bar operations?
Yes. The taste is not. It doesn't exactly taste like the alcoholic beverages, but it has a taste. It mimics that taste.
Because it has a taste that
Yeah.
that is
The
like a
ingredients.
cocktail because of common ingredients.
Right. Yeah.
Shifting focus a little bit. Does Cloud do anything to try to address if you find trash outside of the entrance of the establishment?
Yes. We monitor the staff. Try to clean up regularly. Yeah.
And what it's just could you just tell us like a little bit about how would you clean if you saw things outside?
Either me or we have a cleaning people specifically. So I'll make sure they go outside and monitor if there's trash outside, if litter outside. So they check regularly and they clean it.
Do you do this cleaning before or around the close of business?
Yes, yes.
And what time do you regularly open the doors for business?
5 p.m.
When do people first arrive to start working for the opening shift?
They clean.
I mean, just time. Just what time do people like first start arriving at Cloud?
Probably 8, 9.
I mean, your staff. When do your staff start arriving to open the business?
5. 5.
Oh, all right, at 5. Okay, thank you.
5 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah. Shifting to okay. Well, so actually, since we're on the topic of people arriving, what do you instruct your staff to do in terms of parking their vehicles when they arrive for their shift?
Most of our employee use ride share like Uber, but those are driving. We instruct them to park. There is legal parking on the street. There's also public parking. So we told them to park there.
Does that list of parking spaces include in the alley behind the establishment?
I'm sorry. Can you say the question again?
Does anyone park behind the business?
No.
Thank you. When people are coming for food or socialize after 2 or 3, when the sale of alcohol has ended, how do you think, from your interactions, what you understand, how are they arriving at Cloud?
Mostly people are coming from the nearby bars when it's closed. So most people walk.
Are they walking So they're just to clarify, you say these are people coming from nearby establishments, places around 9th Street?
Right.
Other than the protests that we're involved in right now, has anyone voiced to you any complaints, frustrations about Cloud being a late night restaurant?
No.
What does Cloud do to make sure that its sound is at a reasonable level when it is serving food after 2 or 3?
We monitor the music levels. Also, we haven't had any noise issues.
Okay. When Cloud is beginning to transition, when it's about time for the approved hours of alcohol sales to end, what can you just walk us through the procedure of how you make that switch?
Okay. So around 1:45 to 45, depends on the day. We first turn the light on, and we make sure all the alcoholic beverages are removed and from the bars, as I said, from the tables and from customers, and we put them in the storage, and the storage is locked.
Who has access to the storage?
I have access to the storage key.
And I imagine with the owner as well?
The owner, yes, yeah, of course.
But anyone outside of you two, is this access that is granted to just you and the owner?
Yes, yeah, that's it, yeah.
And then when would you reopen the storage area to access the alcohol?
And the next day.
The next day. Would that be the opening of business?
The opening of the business, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, sir?
Yes. Apologies, boar's indulgence. From your understanding, do you have are there people who exclusively come for food at late hours?
People who work for other establishments.
They are the people who might come for food?
Right, yes.
So, okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Santa.
Thank you.
Ms. Verdi?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Antona. My name is Carrie Verdi. I'm the attorney for the protestants. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start where Mr. Mixon left off. People come to Cloud Lounge after hours, so after 2, Sunday through Thursday, and after 3, Friday and Saturday. Not always to eat, right? Some people just come to dance and party.
Some, yes.
Okay. Now I want to turn to the transition to, when the alcohol sales in your testimony shut down. You said that the bottles are moved to storage. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that the storage closet next to the DJ booth?
No.
Where are they moved to storage?
It's next to the bar.
And can you describe where next to the bar?
Next to the bar. It's separate. there's one room between the bar and the storage. So next to that room, there's a storage room.
Okay. May I have the ability to share my screen again, please?
You should have it. It should
Or
not.
do I still have it?
Yeah, you should still have it. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I thought maybe you took my access away.
No, ma'am. You've been good. You're good. You've been a good player, so I don't have to punish you by taking it away.
So if I get to keep it for now. Okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you. If you give me one moment, I'm going to pull up an exhibit. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to show you. It will open for me. Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit, protestants exhibit. Oh, hold on. I've lost everybody. Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Protestants Exhibit 2. And do you see that on my screen?
No, ma'am. You're not sharing your screen.
Well, I did share. Let's try again. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Protestants Exhibit 2 is an alcohol beverage regulation administration case report for an occurrence on July 27th, 2025 at Cloud Lounge. Ms. Antona, are you familiar with the report where an ABCA investigator found that a female bartender was selling tequila after hours on July 27th, 2025?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down into the details here, where one of the finding was that the female bartender that after an undercover ABCA investigator ordered a shot of tequila at 4:30 a.m., that the female bartender exited the bar area, walked towards the dance floor near the DJ booth, where she entered what appeared to be a closet near that location. She returned shortly afterward with a white plastic cup containing a liquid consistent with the ordered alcoholic beverage. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm aware of the report. Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that after this occurred, that the ABCA investigator interviewed the owner and took him to the closet where the alcoholic beverages were being served, and it was marked as an electrical closet? Is that different from the storage closet that you testified about earlier?
That's different.
Okay. So you are aware that in this, the electrical closet, the investigator found unopened, half full, and empty bottles of alcohol, including Don Julio tequila, Patron tequila, Tito's vodka, Hennessy cognac, and another brand of tequila as well.
Yes, yeah.
And this is when you were the manager at Cloud Lounge, correct?
Correct.
And on that night, neither you nor the security guard were aware that this was happening?
The bartender, that electric closet, sometimes if we have a lot of merchandise, we use it as a backup storage. The bartender, we strictly instructed her not to sell any alcohol, but I think she went ahead and did sell alcohol, and she got suspended, and we retrained her, and the owner paid the fines because it's cheaper than to hire a lawyer.
Okay, so my question though is, that night when the bartender was going into the electrical closet and selling shots of tequila, neither you nor any of the security on duty saw that that was happening.
No.
And is it your testimony that she was simply retrained? She was not fired?
Yes, she retrained. Yeah.
Okay. And I'd like to look at the beginning of this report. You see here it says that DC Official Code Section 25823A67, which is the third alleged violation here, revocation or suspension for violations of this title or misuse of licensed premises. And the ABCA investigator put yes. Do you see
What?
that here?
Okay.
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Do you see?
Okay. Can you? I can't see. Like
Maybe.
it's very small. The screen.
Is that bigger?
A little bit. Can you make it a little bigger? One more.
Let me try. Okay, how's
Yeah.
that?
No, I can.
Okay, do you see
Yeah, I can.
this third line that the ABCA investigator, when it came to revocation or suspension for violations of this title or misuse of licensed premises, that for substantiated, he wrote yes?
Yeah, I see that. Yes.
Have you all been trained on whether or not the after-hour sale of alcohol can rise to the level of a revocation or suspension of the ABCA license?
Yes, we are trained. Yes.
Okay. And now if I could go back to, and I have it here, I'd like to share the exhibit that Mr. Mixon put up with you, applicant exhibit 1. If I could find that quick.
Oh.
I have it here. Oh, shoot. I'm having trouble switching back and forth. Wait 1 second. Oops, I hit the wrong thing. Okay. I apologize. Okay, do you now see?
No, you're not sharing your screen, ma'am. Yes, now you are. Go ahead.
So I put up what is applicant's exhibit 1, and this is a pretty robust menu. Offers 10 different options to your patrons between 5 p.m. and 6 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And some of them are grilled and others are fried?
Yes.
Could you tell us about the kitchen operations? Like, how many deep fryers do you have?
We have 2.
And how many grills?
We have 1.
And where's your food stored?
We have 2 big deep freezer inside the kitchen.
Okay, how often do you have to change out the grease in the deep fryers?
Every week.
Okay, and who's your vendor for that?
Objection, relevance.
Hold on, ma'am. Why is it relevant who the vendor is?
I only have a few questions in this vein, and I do think it's relevant because they're at least attempting today to make a large issue out of food sales, and I think we have some evidence, which I'm getting to undermine that that assertion, and I think that we have a right to do so.
No, I mean, yeah, I know that this is a crux of the case, but I guess why we need to know who his vendor is. I mean,
I can move on. I can ask another question.
You know what? I'm going to allow the question. If she can answer, she can answer. If she doesn't know the answer, then we can move on. All right, so I'll overrule the objection. If she can answer the question, she can answer it. What the question, ma'am? Do you know who the vendor is?
Yes, I can answer that. It's Restaurant Depot.
No,
Okay.
I think you misinterpret the question, ma'am. The vendor that she's asking you, maybe I'm wrong. Are you asking about the grease, the disposal of the grease, ma'am? That's the question. Isn't that the question you're asking? And so, all right, so the answer is non-responsive. So the question that's been asked, ma'am, is that the question was that how often do you change the oil? You said once a week. And the question that she's asking you, which your attorney objected, and I allowed you to answer the question if you can, who disposes of the grease, the oil? That's a question. Yeah.
It's the chef, but actually, it's not just every week. It depends. If it's busy, we might change it every 3 days, every 4 days. It depends on how busy we are. So the chef will dispose the oil.
Do you have a vendor that picks up that oil? How is that grease disposed of?
I think I believe we
Ma'am,
have.
ma'am, this is not, I believe. You either know or you don't know. You don't believe anything. Just you either know or you don't know, ma'am.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't want her to say I believe.
no, I totally understand. So I understand that as the manager, you do not know how the grease is disposed of, correct?
Yes, I forgot.
Okay. So you have a food operation that's being run at Cloud Lounge. Is that licensed with the Department of Health as Cloud Lounge Restaurant or KAT LLC?
It's a Cloud Lounge restaurant.
Okay, we contacted the Department of Health to identify.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection. As you know, we have been staying in our lane. This is not a Department of Health hearing, and so therefore I'm not gonna. We're not gonna have evidence whether or not they have a Department of Health permit for food. This is the same reasons why we don't have hearings anymore on whether or not you have a license to do hookah. So we're not going to go down this road, at least in this hearing, whether or not they have the appropriate license from Department of Health, because that's not something for this board. Maybe it's another. If there's another issue, maybe it's. So we're not gonna. If you want to have testimony some other way, but we're not gonna have this witness testify on that issue. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask if you would kindly reconsider if I could explain to you, I think, the purpose. I'm not asking this board to consider whether or not they're in violation of the Department of Health. Whether or not they are licensed, whether or not they have a food license at all, certainly goes to the credibility of the testimony about just how robust this food service may actually be. And that's the point here.
Mr. Chair, I think because we have direct testimony from patrons, not to mention the people actually involved in managing the business during its sale of food, that we can take it as established that there is a food operation. The scope, profitability, breadth of which is irrespective to the appropriateness standards.
I mean, over your objection, Miss Verdi, I'm gonna sustain the objection. Okay. I think that one of the things that Chair I've tried to do is to just steer us when we make our determinations. It's based on the violations of ABCA rules and regulations, and not what standard another or whatever license is required from another agency. So if on direct testimony you want to present general information, but I'm not going to allow this with this witness, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Miss Antona, who is Cloud Lounge's certified food protection manager?
I am the general manager.
Hold on.
This is again another issue outside the regulatory scope of this agency.
This actually goes directly to, if they have a robust service, that they would certainly have people in place that are responsible for the food. We've heard that they serve some chicken wings sometimes, but if they actually have a robust food service, which is what Mr. Mixon is asking this board to agree, there would certainly be some staff in place that are responsible to cook and to protect the food.
Mr. Chair,
We
Ms.
have
Austin, if we,
license.
we're continuing to argue the objection.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. Please do not answer any questions until the lawyers are done arguing and I direct you whether or not you should or whether you can answer the question. Mr.
Just one last point on this, Mr. Chair. Whether or not they are fully compliant or observant of all prescribed procedures for the service of food, not prepared to speak to that, but it's immaterial to any state of protest factor. It's not a real property value issue. It's not a residential parking needs, a vehicular pedestrian safety issue. It's not a peace, order, and quiet issue. They have food. None of this will get us closer to understanding the factors the board considers.
All right. Ms. Verdi, if you want to ask questions generally about staffing, I'll allow you to ask questions about staffing. Okay. So, but I mean, we're not going to go down this road, but if you want to ask general questions about staffing, I'll allow you to ask general questions about, so you can ask about staffing generally, but I'm not gonna, yeah, because So if you want to ask about staffing, then fine, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Antono, who is the staff member in charge of food service?
The previous owner have a food license, and we have a chef.
And how often does the chef work?
7 days.
And what hours?
From 5 p.m. to 6.
And is that the person that orders the food?
You mean cook?
No, who orders the food? Like you to have in your freezers to make sure that you have enough food on hand if people order it.
Sometimes I order, sometimes the owner order it.
Okay, and on an average week, just to give us, as I look at the menu, lots of things come with fries. About how many pounds of fries do you order a week?
Maybe 20 pounds.
Okay, and who is your food service vendor that you order through?
That's Restaurant Depot.
Okay, and how about tilapia? About how much tilapia do you think you go through a week?
We bought 2 boxes or 3 boxes. It depends on how it finished. Whenever it finished, we buy a new one.
Okay, so there isn't any set amount.
Yes. Yeah, it depends on how busy we are.
Okay, now I understand that you said that that there's a high amount of revenue from the food, but you did not provide any evidence for this hearing, like any documents that support the after hours food sale, right? Like receipts or revenue reports related to food sales?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that report, but I know after our food sales is our big revenue to survive the business, not to shut down the business and let go of our employees.
And your after hours receipts, do those indicate food purchase versus a drink purchase on the receipts?
Can you say that again?
So, do your after hours receipts indicate if food is purchased or a drink is purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
So, every receipt after hours will either say drink or food, it'll say what was purchased.
You mean the after hour receipt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time?
So, if I ordered just a drink at, let's say, 3 a.m., would it say drink? What would the receipt say?
If you order food, it will say the specific food.
And what if I ordered a drink?
After 3, we only have mocktail and soft drinks like ginger ale or Red Bull.
Okay, and if I ordered a mocktail, would my receipt say mocktail?
It depends. Yeah, I would say mocktail.
So you're able to determine from your receipts what money was to a food sale and what was to a drink sale?
I'm sorry, one more time. Can you repeat the question?
So when you look at your receipts at the end of the night, you're able to determine how much money was made on food and how much money was made on drinks after hours?
Yes.
And I want to go back to the mocktails. Can you describe what mocktails you serve?
We have mostly 3 mocktails that mimics or kind of similar to the regular drinks.
And what are those 3 mocktails? What drinks? Tell me what each mocktail is and what drink it's supposed to mimic.
One mimics Don Julio. It's not an alcoholic beverage. There's no alcohol in it, and it doesn't.
I'm sorry, you're
Okay.
breaking. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You broke up for me.
For example, a customer can order a mocktail that has a similar taste that tequila. So it doesn't have any alcohol, but it mimics has a taste. It doesn't exactly taste the same, but it has a similar taste.
And what is used to make that mocktail? What are the ingredients?
Yeah, we use apple juice. We use a sparkling water, and we use Coke.
So apple juice, sparkling water, and Coke mixed together, that's supposed to sort of mimic a tequila?
No, that's supposed to mimic, I would say, a Jameson.
Okay, what mimics tequila?
Lime juice, agave syrup, and simple syrup.
Lime juice, agave syrup, and simple syrup, and that's to mimic tequila?
Yeah.
And what other mocktails do you have?
We have one more, that's Hennessy. We have that's made apple juice, grape juice, and Coke. Of course, there's gonna be ice, and if people want lime, we put lime in it.
And where are those served from?
From the bar.
In what kind of a container?
White cup.
A white cup of where are they? Are those pre-mixed, like in a pitcher, or where do the mocktails come from?
We mix it right there.
Oh, so you'd mix it in front of them, the lime juice. Like if I'd said and what's the name of that? The kind of fake tequila drink? What do you call that mocktail?
What was your question?
Like if I wanted to order the tequila mocktail, what's the name of that?
It's just when they tell us by word that, oh, can you like mimic the Hennessy or the Jameson mocktail?
Now, I don't see that on this menu that we're looking at. So how would somebody know to say, give me the tequila mocktail?
Customers know what they want, but we just have a cocktail and they can choose whatever flavor they want to have. And mostly it's pre-mixed. We during the busy times we prepare them and then we put them in the container at the bar. So whenever they order, we give them.
Okay, so a minute ago you said you mix in front of the customers. Now you're saying they are actually pre-mixed?
Yeah, it depends. If it's slow, there's not a lot of customer, I can just mix it right there and give them. But it's usually most of the times it's prepared.
Okay, and are these menus that we're looking at here, Exhibit 1, are these given out regularly to all your customers?
Yes.
Okay, and you have them sitting around places where they can see them?
Yes.
What about condiments, things to go with the food? Do you regularly have like, bottles of ketchup to go with the fries, things like that sitting out?
No, we keep them in the kitchen. If the customer wants, we give it them. We give it to them.
Okay, and what kind of containers do you serve your food in?
For people who want to take out, we have a black plastic container. And for the people who want to eat there, we have a white plate.
How many wait staff do you employ from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
You mean including the bartenders and everybody?
No, just for food service.
4 people.
So you have 4 people that only do food service?
Yes.
And what are each of their responsibilities?
We have a chef that cooks. We have one person that assists the chef. People take orders from the customer that will help the bartenders also.
So are the 2 people that take orders also work as bartenders?
No, the bartenders after 3 a.m., after we stop selling the alcohol, they will take food order.
So that's my question. After 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., the people that are serving the mocktails and the soft drinks are the same people that are taking the food orders.
Right. And 2 more people, one a chef, one that assists the chef.
And then 2 bartenders.
Yeah, when it depends on the day. When if it's Friday, Saturday, it will be 5, 6 people. If it's a slow day, maybe 2, 3 people.
And that includes bartenders, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second if I could, just double check my notes. I'd like to thank you for your time today. I don't have any further questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions by the board? Close your screen, please, ma'am.
Oh, my screen?
No,
I'm
not
sorry.
you, Ms. Friday. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, hello, ma'am. I just have one question. During all
Hello.
this, you also have a hookah service
Mr.
during the hours.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's it. That during beyond
No.
food, you also serve hookah.
No, we don't sell hookah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by any other board members? Well, The only question I was asked by, and so we're not gonna have a redirect because Hooker is not part of our, so I normally, if questions are asked by board members, then there's an opportunity for folks to ask questions based on the questions that were asked by the board. So, all right, so I unless you want to ask a question about Hooker, Miss Verdi, because I typically tell folks they can ask questions based on the questions the board asks.
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you need to do any redirect, Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, thank you very much for your testimony today. You
No,
have a
thank you
great
so
day.
much.
Thank you. All right,
You too.
bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're not going to finish this hearing today, so let's figure out what we're going to do. It's 4:45. You have 4 witnesses, and I'm not quite sure how long it's going to take to do those 4 witnesses. About how long do you believe that it will take to do your 4 witnesses, Ms. Hardy?
I haven't timed them all, but I do think that we would come close to taking our full time, hour to hour and a half. I think 2 of them are rather short, so maybe, and then 2 are a little longer.
Well, can we let us do your 2 short witnesses, and see where we are, because my preference is to conclude the hearing today, but but anyway, so let's do, well, you can call your first witness, and then we'll figure out, we'll see where we are if we're able to plow through this today. I don't necessarily want to keep board members or witnesses there's no past too late. Okay, so who's your first witness?
Well, it's a good question based on, I'm just trying to figure out, would you rather do the 2 short witnesses, which I can do, and then
I guess what I'm stating, it's 12 minutes to 5. How long do you believe that it will take to present your 4 witnesses? Approximately, how long do you?
all 4, probably an hour and a half.
So 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Without any,
Not
without
talking about
cross-exam.
Mr. Mixon?
I'm saying just that's not probably likely not counting cross-exam and board questions.
Right, so they're talking about 7, 8 o'clock, maybe, conservatively. So that's where I'm saying. So I would, so since we're not gonna finish it, because I want to end this here at a reasonable time. But there have been folks who've been here all day. So let us call your witnesses, and then we'll see where we are at 6 o'clock. Okay, we'll see where we are at 6 o'clock.
Okay, then let me.
And then we can reassess whether or not we can finish this hearing today.
Okay,
And
then
of course,
I
just
will.
note, Mr. Chair, we are reconvening at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes, I know we have another hearing at 10:30 tomorrow morning, but part of the problem is that right now we only have 3 board members, and today we have 4 board members, and I don't believe we have all 4 of the board members here tomorrow, and that we start at 10 o'clock, and I'm not sure how long that's gonna be. So, but part of the issue is that yes, we're meeting tomorrow for that one case, but we only have 3 board members, so not all 4 board members are available for this. If we were to continue this hearing tomorrow, I'm not sure whether or not Ms. Verdi is even available, or her witnesses. Okay, so let's so we're gonna have a second day of hearing, and so but So you have witnesses here today. So let's call witnesses that you have today, and if it's less witnesses for you to call the next day, then we can have this here and maybe sooner rather than later if we don't have to put your whole case on. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's call your witness because I know that all your witnesses appear have been here since 1:30, so I don't want them to be here and it's like there went my entire afternoon and I wasn't called to testify. But I said before, maybe we can finish this today, depending how no, ma'am, you need to talk to Miss Verdi and so whoever that witness is whose hands are raised, ma'am, maybe you need to talk to that person and find out what it is that they're trying to say. Is that one of your witness, ma'am?
I can't
Lou?
see.
Yeah,
I-
sorry. Sorry, Mr. Donovan. It's Zoe Liu. I had raised my hand. So I wasn't sure if Carrie would see this message in time, but maybe you could call Harley Dennis since he won't be able to participate in his part 2 of the hearing.
I did not see that, so thank you. I certainly can call Harley Dennis first.
All right, fine. Thank you for that. All right, so
Thank you. And to everybody, will love this because Mr. Dennis was by far my shortest witness.
all right, so we'll do Mr. Dennis. Mr. Dennis, can you come on camera, please?
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Dennis, can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You're a witness, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dennis. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Harley Dennis, HarleyDennis.
And Mr. Dennis, where do you live?
1923 9th Street, Northwest.
And where is 1923 9th Street Northwest in relation to Cloud Lounge?
It connects to it. My wall connects to the lounge of my apartment.
And how long have you lived there?
A little over a year and a half now.
And from inside your condo, are you able to observe the patrons from Cloud Lounge?
Yes.
And can you describe, are you able to see the front of Cloud, the back of Cloud? Can you just describe what you're able to see in terms of Cloud patrons from your condo?
So coming into the building, I have to walk past and right beside any type of like line or right beside the entrance to get into Cloud Lounge and to get into my building. And then in the back, I'm on the alley and I'm actually the closest apartment to the ground that overlooks the alley and any of the like things that go on directly behind Cloud Lounge.
Okay, and in the last year and a half that you have lived there, have you had to call 311 related to disturbances associated with Cloud Lounge?
Over 100 times.
And without going through all of those 100 calls, could you describe the different reasons that you have had to call?
Yeah, there's a multitude of ones. The biggest ones being just the inability for me when there's like a line outside of Cloud Lounge to be able to even get into my building without being like threatened or accused of cutting line or something. So just the fear of getting into my own building and having to request an officer to come help me get in the building, and just the loud disturbances out front. You can hear it from my building all the time, all hours of the day, it seems. And just the rowdiness of people partying before they go into Cloud Lounge. Like they will have these like car park parties that are in the back, and I am very close. I'm less than 10 feet from the ground where my balcony overlooks, and you can hear everyone talking about like going into Cloud Lounge. They're excited about it, and sometimes I can even see the like cups and stuff that I know that are like from Cloud Lounge. So any of those like super loud music and stuff all the way until like 6 a.m. I work super early in the morning, so like I have to get some sleep. And so if there's like this constant music that I hear all the way until 6 a.m., then I have to call 311 constantly to get it under control.
And you've been here all day. Thank you for that. And
Yes.
so you heard the ABCA investigators' testimony that it's like a party atmosphere on 9th Street. How do
Mhm.
you know that these disturbances that you're calling in and what you're testifying about today is associated with Cloud Lounge?
So it's very easy for, like I said, I'm less than 10 feet from, especially in the back scenario, I'm less than 10 feet like from the ground, and you can hear the people communicating and like meeting up and talking about going into Cloud Lounge, and I can see where they're making the turn going in like the alley to just go down to um Cloud Lounge. And if there's any time that I'm out in the front of the building, I'm a fitness instructor. My job is like to recognize faces. It's very easy to say the people that were just in the back alley are standing in line that I have to push past to get like standing in line to Cloud Lounge.
And
It's
you've
common
mentioned,
sense. You can see who's in like they're in line for the lounge.
and you've mentioned a few times the line. And the investigator today talked about sort of a line for like outdoor food vendors and then a line for Cloud. Is there regularly a line for people to enter Cloud Lounge in front of your door to enter your building?
Yes, and I know I heard earlier today like the line of like or the railing of like 6 to 7 feet, and that's 6 or 7 feet is right in front of our building. So like even if you have that line, that that little like strip of thing is still standing in front of my building. I have to move around your line to get into my building if I can.
And do you regularly leave your building between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
Yes, I teach 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. Fitness classes. So I usually try to get to bed at 8 p.m. if I can, and I'm up very early.
And what have you encountered kind of during that time period, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., specifically with respect to Cloud patrons?
People still standing in line at those early, which is very surprising to me. Every time I'm barely awake and you're still standing in line for this lounge, and it's constant. It's around the clock in terms of week. Like it can be a Tuesday and there's still people like walking around or loitering outside of the lounge door. And it can be a Tuesday or a Friday night, and they're still, or I guess that's like a Saturday morning, Friday night, and there's still people standing outside when I'm trying to get out of the building and go to work.
And I want to ask you specifically about March 22nd, 2026, so just a few weeks ago. Did you have a disturbing incident related to Cloud patrons?
Yes.
And could you describe that for the board, please?
Um, yeah, yes. So I had an incident where I'd left my phone in um, Uber, and it was late at night, and I had to. Most of the time, there's blocked off on 9th Street. Like you're not allowed to like Ubers aren't allowed to come in and out on 9th Street, and so I had to just go meet my Uber, grab my phone, and come back. When I left, there was a line in front of Cloud Lounge. The people saw me be able to they saw me like scoot past them and leave. And then when I just came back very shortly after, there were people standing in front of the door, leaning on the door. And I was like, hey, I need to get through here, and got super aggressive, started threatening, calling me slurs, threatening to like beat me up, and that I was like cutting in line. And I was like trying to de-escalate the situation, just being like, I need to get into my house. Like, it's late. This was 3:30 a.m. It was super late at night. I was ready to go to bed. And luckily, my partner had walked down. I didn't have my key on me. Luckily, my partner had walked down, opened the door, and closed it before they could get physical. They were getting really close to my like face. And then they continued to, everyone in line, bang on the glass, trying to shatter it with like drinks that they had in their hand, or it like keys, trying to like shatter the glass to our building. And luckily we have 2 levels of security to prevent them from doing that, even if they did shatter the one glass.
And were those the people pounding on the door, were they standing in line to enter Cloud Lounge?
Yes, they were behind the line. It was very obvious that they were waiting in line because they were behind the line that Cloud Lounge has put up.
Did anyone from Cloud Lounge's security come to help you or to stop them from pounding on the door?
No, I did not even see security standing outside. If they were there, they were inside. They were not standing outside of the building at that time, because I was looking over to get help, as I didn't have my keys to get into my building. So it was getting physical without someone being there to help me.
Did you fear for your safety?
Absolutely. I generally do when there's people standing in front of my home.
And are there generally people standing in your home regularly?
Yes. It's gotten to the point where it's every night that there's someone standing in front of my building.
How does that affect the peace, order, and quiet in your neighborhood?
That ruins it. There is none. I used to very much like enjoy living on the street, and I lived on 9th and T for 2.5 years before this. I've loved this area so much, and ever since like moving into this building, it's just progressively gotten like more disturbed, like not orderly. And I fear, honestly, living here, trying to get into my house every day, which should not be the case.
And can you specifically attribute that to the line of people waiting to get into Cloud Lounge?
Considering there's a literal blockade in front of my house with a line into their building, yeah, I can attribute.
And I'm just going to switch topics quickly. Have you observed Cloud patrons illegally parked in the back alley?
Yes, I have seen people get in their cars, park, and then walk around to the front of the building and get in line for the lounge.
And how does that affect the safety of pedestrians in your area?
So there are 2 things. It's my safety, because a lot of the times they're blocking the one emergency exit that we have at the back of our building. We only have one. If they're parked there, then I don't have the ability to get out of the building. A lot of the times the cars are parked up back to our dumpsters as well. So there's no way to even get out of the building, because it's like this close to the trash cans, and I can't get out.
Would closing Cloud at 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday make a difference to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there needs to be some regulation on what times like people need to like go home or just like disperse a little bit. I think it would make a huge difference. All the other bars around and on 9th Street kind of abide by that same rule. So I just don't understand why there would need to be one location that is the exception to that rule when everyone else seems to be very respectful of that timeline.
And do you find that to be the biggest difference, this establishment staying open till 6 a.m., the biggest difference between your experience living in this location and the other location that you lived on 9th Street?
Yeah, absolutely. When there's a regulatory timeline of when places need to be closed, then people generally respect that, whether they like it or not. And they're not just standing outside until 5 a.m. someone's building.
Mr. Dennis, I want to thank you for staying with us all afternoon and providing your testimony today. I have no further questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mixon.
Hello, Mr. Dennis. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Yeah, you're welcome.
And just to be clear, to inform the next question, have you been in attendance for some of the prior testimony?
I've been here since the beginning.
Okay. Do you recall, I believe it was both in Investigator Davis's and as well as in Mr. Scott's testimony, discussion of the 9th Street exterior?
Yep.
Do you recall discussion about there being kind of certain vendors or other forms of congregation on either side of 9th Street, unrelated to Cloud?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple locations across the street.
And so it's your understanding that the amount of people out on 9th Street at night is because of other factors besides Cloud?
Yes, but not in front of my building.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. No further questions.
Mr. Dennis, maybe you can explain to me. The investigator stated that because of all the activity that occurs at that location, he was unable to determine whether or not the people there were specifically there for Cloud or they were just there for some other. So can you elaborate on that, sir?
Yeah, two things. One, I can hear the people talking about their plans for the night of going into Cloud Lounge. Like I reiterated, I overlook the back balcony. I hear conversations very easily. I'm very close. It's as if someone was standing outside my back door screaming about how excited that they were going into Cloud Lounge. And also, Cloud Lounge is very known to it's known to have like white cups that they serve their alcohol in, and you can see people either coming out with those white cups or they're in our back alley coming from Cloud Lounge or going to Cloud Lounge with those white cups. And so it's very obvious that the coordination is between the two places.
All right. The total capacity of Cloud Lounge, I'm looking at their license is 122. That's what it says the capacity is. So share with me what's going on in front of your building on a typical weekend. You're talking about the crowd, because if the capacity for this establishment is 122, and I think this more so is about 4 to 6. So tell me what happens in the vicinity where you live between 4 to 6 typically on a weekend. What does that look like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware, sir, and like know the location, but the building that Cloud Lounge is very close. Like our condo building is not very big, and Cloud Lounge is not very big as well, as you're making your point. And any type of line or anything that's outside of Cloud Lounge, even as minimum as 5 people, is still directly in front of our building. But to your question, and on a weekend, there are many patrons coming up and down 9th Street. Like I said, they closed down, which they used to not do, but they started closing down 9th Street on Friday nights, Saturday nights, and Sunday, and they just recently implemented a Thursday night closing down of the street as well. So there are a lot of patrons that are coming up and down, but I think the main issue is the amount of people that are constantly congregated in between and in front of my building, which is attached to Cloud Lounge at those hours of the night. And you would think that there would be a slow amount of people that are there, but it is still 20 plus people that are in line at those hours. And I interact with them every morning that I have to go to work at between 4 and 6 a.m., depending on if I teach the 5 o'clock or the 6 o'clock class.
But based on the distance of where your apartment building is and this establishment, is there a solution for people to enter the establishment without them blocking the front of your building?
I feel like that's something that Cloud Lounge would have to. That's not a solution that I should come up with.
No, I'm not, but I'm asking you, but you live there. I mean, well, the solution that we're being asked. I mean, we're being told that we need to cut the 4 to 6, okay? Because the ANC is saying that we need to cut the hours so they close at 2 o'clock on Sunday through Thursday and 3 Friday through Saturday. That's what the ANC is asking us to do. So the perfect solution, if the board was to go to and offer the hours that the ANC, I'm sorry, all the protesting have asked for. I mean, you're complaining about, one of the things that you're also complaining about is that they're blocking your access, ingress and egress. And I'm saying to you, you're talking about how close the establishment is. And so I'm saying to you, and we all know that, and going into any establishment, there are lines. They're going to be, if it's a popular establishment, just generally. So I'm asking you, because one of the things that you're also complaining about, one of your concerns is that they are blocking. So I'm asking you, what is it that you believe that this board could order Cloud to do that they will not block your egress to your building, that you can enter and exit your building?
I understand your question, sir. So, if like the hours are limited to 2 or 3 a.m., presumably there is no line after that time, correct? There has to be at some point where there isn't people in front of my building, and a time cutoff would allow there to be some peace of mind, some time at where I'm allowed to come in and out of my building without people standing there. And that time cutoff would prevent there to be lines coming out. Like at some point, I need to rest. Why should I have to be dealing with this until 6 a.m. and then have to like get up and go to work? It just is absurd.
Well, let me ask you another question, and I hope I'm not being insensitive. You stated that you you lived at Ninth and T, and I'm not sure. This is Ninth and where? What this establishment is located at? What's the cross street?
It's between T and U.
So you lived at Ninth and you previously lived at Ninth and T, and then you moved a block south
No,
to where
north.
the establishment north. I'm
No.
sorry.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
you moved a block. So you're already familiar with the area because you've lived there.
Yes.
So prior to moving in this building, didn't you not notice what was going on in front of this building?
It was not this bad when I first moved in there. It's progressively gotten worse over the years. Um, I I don't know if you heard me state earlier, but 9th Street was always open prior to this, and now 9th Street is being required to be shut down by MPD on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. So this has progressively gotten worse over time. That's a bigger issue than this conversation, but it
And that is that's the question that the board has been asked. What if reducing the hours for this establishment, is that going to make a difference on Ninth and basically where you're at? Is that going to make a difference? I'm asking you.
Yeah, I like the idea of having like I'm just going to use the term like mixed use neighborhoods, but I feel like there is a heavy lean on um staying open late and like late lounges on 9th Street, especially between T and U Street. And you have the ability to provide some regulation for the people that live there. We are residents. I chose there because I could afford it, and it was a nice place. So I chose to live there and live in this mixed use neighborhood with condos and lounges. But there has to be some regulatory where you respect each other. So you have to have the rules of not being open until 6 a.m. because you have someone you have a residential condo beside you where this person wakes up at 6 a.m. in the morning and has a job to do. There has to be some regulation of timing there.
And as I stated before, what we're being asked to do is to reduce the hours till 3. So basically, you're still going to have if the board was to you're still going to have this establishment operate Friday and Saturday till 3 a.m. And I don't, is there another establishment next to it or across the street, or is this the only establishment that's next to your building?
There's an alleyway and then my building and Cloud Lounge. There's nothing else.
I think Mr. Jones has and you see, this is what we're being asked to do, and I want whatever decision is made. It's like I don't know if it's gonna, at least whatever decision that's made regarding this establishment, if at the end of the day you're gonna benefit from it. Okay, so that's the struggle that I'm having. Okay, all right, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
How are you today, Mr. Dennis?
Good. How are you?
Good. So, are you in 1923 9th Street? Is that your building?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you are next door to Cloud Lounge. I mean, the doors are like, I don't know if I'm looking at this image correctly, almost, 4 feet from one another.
Yes, correct.
All right. I think my follow-up question is, Is Cloud Lounge the greatest offender on the 9th Street corridor for drawing people to that area generally?
Yeah, in my opinion, yes. I mean,
When I
does
say
that
area,
area you mean 9th Street or
yeah,
my building?
I mean 9th Street, not 1923, not your front door, but to that area on that strip of that commercial strip there. What would you say that they are the greatest offender for the noise and drawing the people there than everyone else on that same street?
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Board Member Meadows, I'm going to recognize you. Put your hand down, please. I apologize. Go ahead.
Did you hear the
Wait.
question?
Yeah, so you're just asking like if they're the biggest offender, the loudest. I don't. I'm only involved with Cloud Lounge because it is connected to me and my building. So I interact with that the most. So in my opinion, it's the biggest offender because that's where I'm getting threatened and being called names and all of this kind of stuff every time I come home from having dinner.
All right, so let's just say we do reduce the hours and then the problem does not change. What then is the solution? What is then going to be the ask of the board?
Can I ask you why you think the problem wouldn't change if the problem is there's a line outside of my door and people congregating to go into Cloud Lounge after 3 a.m.?
Well, if we're doing this as an experiment because we don't know, meaning you're saying the board needs to do something, and we're saying we do the thing, and then the thing does not improve, then what is the next step? That is what I'm asking you.
It really has no other option but to improve because there will not be the ability to get into that location past that late of a time of night. I can get out of my building because there is not a rope in line outside of my door to get to work past that 3 a.m. because that 3 a.m. is like when I'm starting my day and like getting my life going. And if there are people partying and stuff still outside because this venue is open until 6 a.m., then the second that stops at 3 a.m., I can walk out of my building at 3:01 a.m. and not have to worry about there being a line outside of my building, and I can head to work.
All right, thank you for your time. I have no further questions.
Board Member Meadows.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dennis, thank you for hanging in there. What the chairman was saying earlier, I'm assuming you are part of a condo association? Your building has one?
I rent at this location.
Okay, but usually there's a condo association. I don't understand why you haven't, regardless of what time the establishment operates, why can't you just have the line go the other way? Why does the line have to go that way into your building? Why hasn't someone spoken to the owners of the lounge and have them change the line direction? And now that I'm hearing that the street is closed, why can't the line just come out into the street and not block your residents? That's what I would try to do if I were living in your location.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the people in my building, but there also is, I don't know if you're familiar with that location either, but there's also another like establishment business right there beside on the other side of Cloud Lounge. So
Sure.
you're at who are you willing, like, who are you trying to make angry? Me at one time, or are you going to just turn it to the side and then have this conversation with another business?
Yeah, but that business probably will close at a certain hour. So
Well, here nor there,
I would
but
suggest,
they are open very late as well.
yeah. Well, then if the streets are, I would suggest have it go out into the street. That's what I would suggest. If MPD is continuing this thing, if not with the other three businesses down that row, that's where I would implore the
That is also a safety
owner.
hazard to block the entirety of a sidewalk on a main street.
But that's already happening, whichever way it goes. So that's just my thoughts, my comments. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Hi, I just want to see if I can get a little help understanding your perspective. So it's your building, then Cloud, and then there are other businesses on the other side of that space. Is that right?
Yeah, their business is all the way down the street.
All the way down the street. And I think when the chairman was asking questions, I think the thing that kept coming through my mind, because I've heard two different things. One idea is I'm out enjoying my evening. I come home to, I hope to get to some peace, and there are people blocking my space.
Yes.
And then I'm hearing when it's time for me to go to work, which it sounds like it's very early, I'm coming, I'm blocked coming out of my building, right? And so if both of those are true, then I'm having a difficult time understanding how the proposed change in hours solves both of those issues. It seems like perhaps it addresses the morning issue, but it would still leave you with coming in, unless you're coming in from, I don't know, something about this is not matching, because I'm like, it only seems to solve part of the problem. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, but wouldn't you prefer to solve part of the problem instead of just
No,
letting the
well,
problem
if you're just asking
continue?
me, if you're asking,
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. We have a court reporter, so
sure.
you two can't talk over each other. That's all I'm gonna say. So we can capture the testimony. So remember, there's a court reporter. That's all. Go ahead.
Were you finished with your statement?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think the reason that's flagged in my head is because when I heard your testimony, to me, it seemed unacceptable, full stop. And if you're asking what I would do, there's no way I would come and ask for you to just fix part of the problem if I can't get in and out of the place I pay to live in. And so that's why I'm asking this follow-up about, does the proposed solution even really make sense? But I guess it's where we are. Okay.
Am I allowed to respond?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm not in the business of shutting down any businesses. Like, that is not my goal here, to shut down a business. I am just looking for some solution, whether it be part or full, to the length of time that this business is able to open and operate and continue to interfere with my sleeping, the music being allowed and blaring until 6 a.m., the people partying in the background. At some point, there's got to be some regulation, because right now there's zero, and it continues from 6 in the afternoon until 6 in the morning, to every day. There's got to be some form of regulation, and I think that's what we're here asking for.
Um, okay, I understand. I understand. I got it.
All right.
That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. So they have Cloud, and your building is to the right or the left of Cloud.
If you're facing my buildings to the left.
I'm across the street, so you're to the left. And so
Mhm.
you're saying, so the line for Cloud goes to the left. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And if the line for Cloud was to go, what's next to Cloud?
I don't remember the name of the.
Is it
like-
another? Is it to the best of your knowledge and ability? Is this another establishment that has an ABCA liquor license?
Not to my. I don't know.
Oh, that's fine. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Oh, am I able to ask one more question?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I like the engagement, but you see, this is whatever decision that we make. I want the parts to know. We're seriously thinking about this issue. Because you're seeing the engagement by the board. It is still late in the afternoon, and all board members are showing you that they're still very much engaged in your testimony.
Yeah,
So
appreciate it.
So I want you to, no matter what decision that is made, I want you to leave here with that the board all board members have been engaged with your testimony. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn. And I'm sorry, you said this was supposed to be the short witness. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
I just want to understand the extent to which you may have had any contact with the business, particularly about the issue with the line. And if you have had contact with them directly, can you tell us how that went, how they responded?
Our building has an HOA that I report my issues to, and they speak on behalf of me. So you would have to ask Zoe Liu, who is also testifying, what she has spoken on behalf of at least the tenants of the building, because I rent.
Okay, and when in the door that you come in, do other tenants come in through that same door?
There's only one entrance in the front.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I'm really done this time. No more.
You're good.
Mr. Mixon. Any questions based on the questions were asked by the board?
Mr. Dennis, the licensee has indicated to me that they would be willing to reorient their line such that it didn't obstruct the entrance to your business at those hours. If that procedure were to be implemented, the line was going in some alternative direction and did not extend to obstruct your view, would that alleviate your concerns about the operation of this business after 2 or 3 a.m.?
No, you're still congregating outside of the building. The 20 people is still gonna be in space or being rowdy. There's no reason for anyone to be out past 4 a.m. Unless you're working, I just don't I don't understand.
If it no longer had any relationship and impact on the factors that you have indicated.
Mr. Mixon, please allow him to finish his.
Sorry. I thought he was done.
No, I do not think that solves the problem, because it will still be a congregation outside of the building. I really want to dig down on the closeness of these two buildings. Like, I sleep on the wall that connects to Cloud Lounge. Like, I hear their music every night.
If
Like,
it was
that
a more
is
organized congregation.
proximity. That's how close we are. So even if you just move this line a little bit, you're still very much in our space.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. No further questions.
Authority. Redirect.
I have a very few. Thank you. I would just like to follow up on those questions that Mr. Mixon just asked you. Even if the line went in the other direction, would you still be hearing noise from Cloud Lounge until 6 a.m., 7 days a week?
Yes, 100%.
And is part of the request you're asking sort of relief, not just from the line, but from the noise generated from Cloud Lounge until 6 a.m., 7 days a week?
Yes. I
And
reiterate that it's the noise and the people in front of this is not a one-sided issue. That is the collective of the business being open that late at night.
And it's one of the other issues that you notice that people party in the back and then go into Cloud Lounge even in the after hours.
Yes.
So whether or not they're queuing in front of your building or to the other direction, would you still have people, as one of your concerns, that you would still have people partying and then seeking to enter Cloud Lounge late at night because they still had a place to go?
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony properly, is it really here, it's all of these things, and what you are looking for is just some relief from people congregating to enter into an establishment that is open all night long, different from the other establishments in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Thank you so much for all your time today. I do not have any further questions.
Mr. Dennis, thank you very much for your testimony today. The board have its homework when we deliberate. So I appreciate your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
All right. You have
Appreciate
gotten all the board members very much engaged, and all four of us asked questions today. I think you're the only witness so far that all four of us asked questions of. So thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
You have a all right. All right. Do you have another witness, ma'am?
I do, but Mr. Chairman, given the length of Mr. Dennis's testimony, I'm concerned that even that witness would not be done by 6 o'clock. So I'm wondering if
I said let's see where we are at 6 o'clock. So we can do let's plow through this witness if you're able to, if you want to. I don't have a problem. And we'll see where we are. My goal has always been to complete hearings the day off, and yes, we've held a hearing till 2 a.m., but I don't think I want to go back there again. I'm not sure if this crop of board members will appreciate being online, and that was in person till 2 a.m. in the morning, because I have done that. And so I'm trying to be more timely, in a sense, more mindful of people's times, in a sense that I want to do as much as I can, but still be mindful that we're all online. I try to take a break every 2 hours. So that's one of the things I try to do, but I'm just trying to be mindful that folks are not here, and especially since we now have another hearing at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just trying to be mindful. So, but I would prefer at least let's try to do another witness if we can, and then we can reassess where we are once that witness is done. I'm not gonna say it's 6 o'clock. Okay, we have to. No, let's see where we are and see if it makes sense completing this hearing today. Okay, Mr. I guess, and I'll ask the question. I mean, Mr. Mixon, do you have any time constraints? And I'll say this, and to be fair to when we do this, yes, we're doing this, but you might have to catch a plane at 5 o'clock, 9 o'clock tonight, and so therefore you didn't anticipate this would go that far because you thought it would have ended at a reasonable time. So, yeah. Are there time constraints board members? I've not even discussed it with the board. Are there time constraints that folks have today?
Unfortunately, I'm getting some messages from witnesses on my side that we do have some time constraints.
All right. So what do you want? What's your preference? Should we end here? You call the other three witnesses at another time, or can we take another witness?
Our preference, if it works for the board, would be to end here and do our other three together, which I might be able to streamline a little after the testimony that we just had.
All right, then we'll that's fine. That's what we will do. Because
That would be agreeable on this end as well.
Mr. Mixon, I don't know why is it that I'm making decisions without consulting you. I apologize.
I can't wait to see you again at 10:30 in the morning, Mr. Chair, but I would love to eat and get some sleep before then.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mixon. I do apologize. As I stated before me, it is my preference to conclude cases because it's fresh in my mind, and so I know what the testimony is. And as Mr. Mixon stated, we have another hearing tomorrow, and it's like, oh my, was it this case or that case? So that's has always been my preference to conclude cases. But with that said, we'll end this case at this juncture. Mr. Mixon, do you believe? I mean, Ms. Verdi, say for some strange reason we were able to continue this hearing tomorrow. Is that something that you could do?
Proving that I'm not someone that stays up till 2 a.m. I still have a paper calendar. So
we have a hearing at 10 o'clock in the morning with we have a full protest hearing at 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and I'm hoping that that doesn't go all day. But again, I know that I've convinced Mr. Jones and Mr. Meadows and myself to be available tomorrow. I'm not sure of Miss Quinn's availability, and I know for sure that Mr. Board Member Grant, well, he couldn't participate since he didn't participate today. So I'm not even sure if Miss Quinn is even available tomorrow, if that's even a possibility. So
for what it's worth, Mr. Chair, tomorrow's proceedings will involve 4 witnesses on the applicant side and 4 to 5 on the protestant side. I don't know that there will be.
No. Okay, so we're not. All right. Okay, so forget about tomorrow.
Well, there's a time we should have asked Mr. Mixon first.
All right. All right. Okay. So
are there other special Thursday meetings coming up?
No, the board meets on Thursday and then I try to make myself available, and the difficulty is because when we sign up to be board members here, the commitment that you are available every Wednesday, and all our board members make themselves available on Wednesdays. Non-Wednesdays, it's dependent on the board members' schedule and to see if we can convince them. As board chair, and I'm self-employed, so I always make myself available if I don't have another conflict. So for my schedule, it's much easier, and so I can't really commit. But
I understand. The only reason I ask is I think it was 2 protests ago that I was here, that we had to split it, and we were able to do it the next one on Thursday, so we didn't have to wait quite so long.
One of the things that we can do is we'll talk to our general counsel let me see. We'll talk to our general counsel, and we'll talk to our general counsel. They will look at the schedule, talk to the parties. If we can fit it into a Wednesday, that is a Wednesday, we'll have it on a Wednesday. If the parties are available on a Thursday, and if we can get the 4 of us available on a Thursday, then maybe we can have a special Thursday meeting to continue it. But our our general counsel will get our scheduler will get will consult with the board and consult with you and try to schedule this hearing as soon as possible, because I want to make sure that it's rescheduled as soon as possible, so it remains fresh, at least in my mind and other board members, so we can truly make a decision, and we don't have to wait for the transcript to go review the transcript, so we can remember what the testimony was. Okay.
We very much appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so we'll consult with the general counsel and look at the schedule and try to reschedule this matter as soon as possible. Okay. So thank you very much. for being here today, and we will see you to be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everyone, have a nice night.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So let me close this. Let me close the record for the day. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 7th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 7th, as published in the DC Register on May 1st. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion, and we'll now have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in a timely manner as practical. The board is now adjourned. I want to thank all members of the public who participate in our hearings today, and also the board members for their time and attendance and participating in this hearing. So we are now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good afternoon. Thank you.